Life apparently appears to be happening, and yet life is not a happening that is happening for and to anybody. Life can be construed as a satsang. Therefore, it can be stated that life is a satsang. Life can apparently appear to be as a satsang. There are questioners in a satsang, as there are body minds that take on an appearance, a human, corporeal, temporally temporary appearance, for an impermanently indeterminate duration in space and time, but not of space and time. Which is one other way of saying that we, as the appearance of a human race, are in this world, this dream reality, but we are not of this world, of this dream reality. Time is a construct that has been conjured by groups of conjured selves to believe that everything is appearing based on time timing the appearance of everything. Everything is apparently appearing to be a scenery of things, objects, and that within the scenery of everything that appears, as everything appears to be based on time timing the appearance, as though there is a threefold principle of happenings that are happening. Happenings that have happened, happenings that are happening now, and happenings that have yet to appear in a future timeline. Now this timeline, this sense of a timeline, is a conjured belief that has been conjured by groups of conjured selves that created a belief system. And within that belief system there are branches of religious spiritual beliefs that are attempts to explain and to conjure religious beliefs of reason, meaning, and purpose for a human race to appear as it does. And that the human race is appearing upon an evolutionary scale, and that the human race had a beginning. It is currently undergoing experiences now within an evolutionary process that is not real. It's a conjured idea. All ideas, as attempts to explain what everything is, simply empty fullness. And it can be described, and even in those descriptions are feeble attempts that are futile and not even worth mentioning, simply because all there is empty fullness, apparently appearing both real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable, for nobody and for no groups of conjured selves that believe they know what this is about and that they can come up with an ultimate explanation regarding empty fullness, regarding what is simply this, all that is and all that is not empty fullness. Every explanation that has ever been mentioned via a body mind that believes they understand and know what this is all about is not true. It's neither true or not true. To conjure a belief or a knowing or an understanding of what is empty fullness can never be known, since it is both partly knowable and also partly unknowable. And it is both. All parts that apparently appear as though they're parts within reality, within the dream reality, is apparently appearing to be what's happening from a perspective of a body-mind. A body-mind is used via a mental thought system. It apparently appears to be as though a mental thought system is using the apparent appearance of body minds as though there is a human corporeal group of self-conjured, conjured selves that are conjuring ideas that they know and understand what this is simply showing up to be as everything, as all that is, as empty fullness. Nobody knows that. Anybody that claims, and groups of conjured selves that claim they know and have an understanding of all that is, have already been attempted and are continuing to be attempted, so that there is justification for the separate sense of self. Individuality and the idea of a separate sense of self has been so reinforced via the mental thought system that it has generated innumerable beliefs that that is so, that there is reason, meaning, and purpose. Those reasons and meanings and purposes that have been conjured by groups of conjured selves are also known as spiritual beliefs or religions. Religions dictate to various groups of conjured selves that take a belief system or that take a religion or a spiritual belief of a knowing and of a doing, that there is doing and knowing required for the human race to appear as it does, and that this apparent appearance, although temporary and although temporal in the sense of timing, the appearance of everything, as though there are moments within time of the appearances of everything. Within that idea of timing the appearance of everything, there is the apparent appearance as though there are separate body minds that have and contain within them. But there is no within and without. Since Advaita Vedanta, non-duality, is not about separation. Separation is non-existent. There is no separation. There's simply not two. Everything is the appearance of not two of anything. The apparent appearance as though there is more than one of anything, as though there are things, something, is the reality and is that dream reality that is conjured by groups of conjured selves. A conjured self will pick and choose a belief system or a religion that explains or attempts to explain. It is simply a feeble attempt to explain all of this that simply is this, simply appears of its own accord and volition. And we say of its own accord and volition because everything that's appearing to arise as it does appears without any meaning, reason, or purpose. The reason why it apparently appears to be no reason, meaning, and purpose for everything to appear as it does is a conjured idea that that is so. And even the idea of conjuring that there is no meaning, reason, and purpose is also an idea that's conjured by groups of conjured selves that believe they know what this is. Therefore, to speak of non-duality as though that itself is a belief system is treated in that same way. Non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, is treated as though it is a religious belief akin and similar to Dzogchen or Zen or the isms, Buddhism, Hinduism. All these belief systems and ideas that are conjured by groups of conjured selves are in agreement with each of these innumerable belief systems or religions. Conjured selves are in agreement of taking a perspective that is believed to be an explanation regarding empty fullness, regarding all that is. All that is and all that is not empty fullness is not a belief system that can be explained using words of subjectivity and objectivity, that a belief system is a version of knowing what all of this is, what empty fullness is simply this appearing as everything does and arises of its own accord and volition. This cannot be pinned down and explained as a belief system. And yet, there are conjured selves that are in agreement with various branches and various versions of Buddhism and various versions of Hinduism, which, by the way, are branching off of reasons, meanings, and purposes. These reasons, meanings, and purposes are manifesting as belief systems, as religions, and as beliefs. Buddhism, Hinduism, Zen, Zoroastrianism, all of these various isms that are conjured by groups of conjured selves that are in agreement that they possess and know and hold the knowledge about what this simply is, as it appears to be. What is simply this, empty fullness, does not even require words and subjectivity and objectivity, because it is neither. Everything is simply an appearance. Nobody knows how the appearances appear. Oh, there are definite beliefs about that, and even science has their own version as a belief, and yet they call it science as an explanation, and they call it a theory. As one main example of that is conjured, and there are groups of individual conjured selves that are grouping together with this idea of a theory of everything, or a big toe. A big theory of everything. A toe, of course, an acronym for theory of everything. The body-mind so named, and the story of Dr. Thomas Campbell as an ex-NASA physicist has conjured the idea that the universe is finite and that everything is finiteness. Nobody knows that. Just because that is stated, and that there's a theory of everything, just because that is simply stated does not make it so. Simply because there are no separate cells that can conjure up that idea to claim that they know what all of this is simply this. It's empty fullness, spacious aliveness, unconditional love. All these different phrases and words that are used via the English language is just one way that a conjured self attempts to explain what this is. This needs no explanation. This, all that is, and all that is not empty fullness appearing as what is and what is not empty fullness, both apparently appearing as real and unreal, knowable and unknowable, observable and not observable and unobservable for nobody, and for no apparent reason, meaning, and purpose other than of its own accord and volition. It is of its own accord and volition as everything appearing as everything does, and arises as it does, is so in such a way that is unknowable. That which is knowable and observable is part of that which is conjured. That which is conjured is via a mental thought system. The mental thought system conjures thoughts and ideas that are entertained via body minds. Via body minds that believe they are separate individual selves, or that there's this sense of a separate self. A sense of a separate self is conjured via the mental thought system, whereby the mind of a body mind will entertain ideas and thoughts of separateness, of separation. And that sense of separateness is as though it is an automatic response of a body mind that's humanly corporeal. These words that are used to define what is apparently appearing to happen is not true. It's neither true or false. It is simply an observation. Now, that also is an excuse for a body mind to say that it knows what this is to some degree, that it knows about emptyfulness, that it can describe emptyfulness, that it can know it, and that there's meaning, reason, and purpose behind it. There is no meaning, reason, and purpose behind what appears as everything, appearing as life, as though life is happening. Life only apparently appears to happen since there is this belief and idea conjured via the mental thought system, and a body mind and groups of body minds are in agreement to be conditioned to believe that that is so in some way. That everything is appearing as empty fullness as it does, as everything arises of its own accord and volition. It's as though that requires an explanation for that to be so, but it does not. Everything simply appears as everything does, as an appearance of everything. Nobody knows how that works. Nobody knows why it works that way. There is no reason for a why. And there is no reason to come up with a belief about that. And yet, there will continue to be groups of conjured selves that live in that reality and live in that world of subjectivity and objectivity, that live. When I say live, they believe they are living that way. Each conjured self that apparently appears accompanying the apparent appearance of a human corporeal unit of local quality of consciousness energy form in some way, there is a tendency for the perpetuation of this idea of an evolutionary process of a human race within the story of Earth. That is a conjured story. That groups of conjured selves gather together via the mental thought system with the idea that there must be a societal structure to be reinforced and to be maintained for every appearance of a human corporeal body-mind infant that apparently appears to be born. Yes, there are body minds that apparently appear to be born, but that's not to say that that's the beginning of a whole new individual, as though that's a new individual life form that's independent and will be self-sufficient, but that requires identification. And that idea of a requirement of an identification of a body mind, of a human corporeal apparent appearance of a body mind, as though individuality must be reinforced or must be identified in that way, that there is a newborn body mind that must be identified as an individual self. And that is how societal structure is continuing to apparently appear as it does, and that belief in the societal structure, and that there is an exclusive human race that is the top of all appearances of life forms within the story of Earth, and that must be reinforced, and that idea and that belief in the societal structure must be maintained. Must be maintained because that is what is believed to be so. When that is really not so, it's just a conjured belief that is the way everything is appearing to be. The conjured self and groups of conjured selves live in a reality in a world that must be defined in some way. And this idea, via the mental thought system, to entertain the idea that everything must be identified as separate things within the appearance of everything, appearing as everything does. Everything is appearing as it does based on this idea of time as succession of events, of a threefold principle. So science makes every effort to maintain that there is knowledge and that there's reason, meaning, and purpose behind everything that's appearing as everything does, as it arises of its own accord and volition. For nobody, and yet there are groups of conjured selves that believe otherwise. They believe that everything is appearing for a reason, meaning, and purpose. Therefore, beliefs and religious beliefs and spiritual beliefs are conjured. And then there are groups of individual conjured selves that believe they are the body-mind that's apparently appearing temporally temporary within the impermanence of all that is appearing as simply this, as everything appears. Therefore, there's this idea that time is time in the appearance of everything. And within the appearance of everything, there are separate things. This sense of separation is conjured via the mental thought system that takes the consciousness or the mind of a body mind and uses that to perpetuate the idea of separation, of a separate sense of self. And the conjured self is conjured based on ideas and thoughts that are entertained within a body mind. There is the appearance of body minds, human corporeal forms that are called that. Just because they're called that does not make it so, and yet these human corporeal forms that are temporally temporary, these words are being used as though this is an explanation of everything, when this is simply just another recognition, just another way of attempting to explain all that is. And yet all that is cannot be explained. Now, it has been said that this is the best that any body can express and attempt to explain. Although the paradox is that all that is and all that is not empty fullness, that is appearing as what is and what is not empty fullness, as it appears, as though there's everything appearing, and within that appearance of everything, there are separate things. But that is the illusion, that is the dream. It is dreamt that way, the dreamings, via this sensation or this idea as though body minds are experiencing life on an individual basis, is another belief. It is another feeble attempt to explain, to come up with a meaning, reason, and purpose. When life, as it appears, as it does, life is the aliveness of everything appearing as various energetic movements of manifestation. And this idea of reincarnation for the human race to be perpetuated is a belief of reincarnation, that there is this cycling happening, that there's some type of a process that has been conjured. This idea of an evolutionary scale of a human race is a conjured belief that is not true, and then it's not false. It is only true to groups of conjured selves that live in that reality as though they are in agreement with each other and live in that reality, that dream reality of belief, of conjured beliefs. And all the various religions and spiritual beliefs that are conjured via groups of conjured selves that have formed and formulated various beliefs, an infinitudinal array. Everything is appearing as an infinitudinal array of manifestations. These manifestations are the apparent appearance of impermanent manifestations that are temporally and temporarily so, visibly observable in mirrors for an indeterminate duration in space and time, and yet that which appears in space and time are energetic manifestations of units of local quality of consciousness energy forms that are manifesting via non-local quality of consciousness energy fields. These energy fields are not separate, as though there is a separate energy field and then there's a second energy field, and that each energy field is the core of a human corporeal manifestation. That is the belief that that is so. That belief of itself is conjured. And that conjured belief is an attempt for a conjured self and a group of conjured selves to gather together to attempt explaining and coming up with an explanation for there to be reason, meaning, and purpose regarding everything that appears as it does, of its own accord and volition. Therefore, all beliefs that are conjured via the mind of a body mind is not true, and it's not what's happening. It's neither true or untrue. Because to say it is untrue, then there is an untruth regarding everything. And then a truth regarding everything can be agreed upon via conjured selves to express that. Everything does not require an expression of explanations and definitions of reasons, meanings, and purposes for everything to appear as it does, as everything appears as it does, of its own accord and volition. And it's for nobody, and it's not even for groups of anybody's. These groups of anybody's that are conjured selves live in that dream reality, in a dream of belief. Beliefs are conjured to support the dream. And the dream reality manifests in various ways for groups of conjured selves to support the idea that everything that is simply this, to support that idea that a meaning, reason, and purpose is required for everything to appear as it does. And that is not so. And yet it is conjured. And it can neither be stopped or continuing or to continue. It is neither. It is simply an expression of groups of conjured selves that hold these beliefs, and they hold them to these ideas as though they are real explanations, filled with reason, meaning, and purpose. That reason, meaning, and purpose can manifest in one of innumerable ways. There is infinitudinal complexification as everything manifests and appears as it does. That infinitudinal complexification is energy. Energy that cannot be destroyed, and it has no beginning and end. That is apparently appearing to be the absolute, or one way of describing what could be construed as an explanation of that which appears as everything does. So the contextual content and an explanation regarding the manner by which Advaita Vedanta is expressed is paradoxically so. It is neither real, exclusively real, and is neither exclusively unreal. Reality is not an exclusive, physical, real, tangible reality that has a beginning and has a middle and an end, just as a story that is conjured. Stories that are conjured via the apparent appearance of individual body minds support the idea that there are groups of individual body minds that have knowledge and that have attained and acquired knowledge as one of innumerable explanations regarding everything that arises and appears as everything does. And that is all that is apparently appearing to be visibly happening. Now, it is all a paradox. Everything is manifesting as a paradox. And just because it is said in this way does not make it so. It is simply an attempt. And that is the world, and that is the reality, that's the dream reality frame that a human corporeal manifestation exists upon. It exists within a world of a requirement of explanations as a belief. That everything that appears as it does requires a reason, meaning, and purpose for everything to appear as it does. There is no requirement for this to be so. For this to be arising as the appearance of everything does. It is empty fullness, does not require a belief, does not require an explanation, and it has no reason, meaning, and purpose. Since it is manifesting as everything does, for no particular reason, meaning, and purpose. Therefore, the conjured self continues to express as it does because it believes that it has an explanation, that it can possess the knowledge to explain that that is so. In other words, the reinforcement of the idea of a separate sense of self lives in that reality as though everything needs and requires an explanation to appear as it does. Science is the attempt of explaining everything that appears as it does. And that everything that appears as it does requires an explanation for that to be so. When it does not. It does not require an explanation. Now, all of these conjured ideas via a body mind that expresses via thoughts and ideas and concepts, subjectivity and objectivity, will continue simply because it is an habitual energetic movement of body minds that believe that they must express in a particular way. And if they don't, then without expressing in some way, then it is as though it is not existing, that it is non-existent. It is neither existing or non-existing. It is both. How that is and why that is not known. It's unknowable. It's ungraspable. This is why all of these feeble attempts to explain what this is are feeble, in a sense that it has no foundation, that it has no meaning, reason, or purpose. For there to be everything that appears as it does, as it arises of its own accord and volition, although it has no reason, meaning, and purpose, then it justifies how the conjurings of conjured selves are not required. There is simply this belief that we, when I say we, the apparent appearance of a human race regarding the story of Earth. The story of Earth is about a human race that is apparently appearing for some reason, as though some reason needs to be conjured and conjured up so that it justifies an explanation. It comes up with an explanation as a reason, meaning, and purpose that is not even required. But yet, that is the only way that a conjured self can justify that it is experiencing life. There is simply life that apparently appears to be the aliveness of life, and that aliveness has been described in various ways. And it is as though this experience of aliveness requires explanation, when it does not require that. It is simply appearing as it does. This is why in satsangs throughout the planet Earth, that there's the apparent appearance of a satsang that explains, using the English language this way, comes up with explanations about Advaita Vedanta, regarding non-duality, regarding not to, as though these explanations are required, but they're not. They're simply expressed via body-minds. Body-minds are expressed in this way simply because a body-mind believes that it must express that way when it does not have to. It's not a requirement for a body-mind to try to explain and to come up with a reason, meaning, and purpose behind everything that manifests as it appears. And yet, there is this sensation, and not an experience, but there is this thought, an idea, that everything that's appearing is temporarily appearing, but it only apparently appears to be an impermanent, temporal, apparent appearance of everything temporarily so, when it is not. It only appears to be temporary. Therefore, this is how the beliefs of reincarnation, of a perpetuation, as though there's a cycle of within and without. When that duality, or that dual explanation, when that is expressed in all the many ways that is expressed via the questioner within groups of satsangs, when there's groups of body minds that apparently appear to gather together to discuss what is thought to be believed and conjured, these conjured beliefs in all these various Buddhist traditions, in Hinduism and Buddhism, and all of these explanations that are branching out in so many different innumerable ways, as though that's required, as though there are rituals and meditative practices that must be demonstrated via a body mind and groups of body minds to support the belief systems of various Buddhic traditions and the various Hindu traditions and all the other traditions that are conjured. There are simply conjurings. There are simply attempts that support the perpetuation that there are separate selves that are there to support those beliefs, when that is not a requirement. That is not what's happening. It only apparently appears to happen that way simply because a conjured self lives in a world of duality, lives in a world of conditions, that everything must be appearing a certain way. And that is the conjured perception of a body-mind. Therefore, that is how separation is perpetuated. Separation, or a separate sense of self, is perpetuated via the beliefs of groups of conjured selves that are in agreement that that is an explanation, that that is a reason, meaning, and purpose for everything to appear as it does. In the sciences, there are explanations. One of the major ones that have been apparently appearing to be shared, that are being shared, is via this idea of a finite universe, via the big theory of everything, or the literature that has been conjured via the conjured self, so named Dr. Thomas Campbell, comes up with a theory of everything. Everything does not require a theory, and besides, everything is not a theory. Everything cannot be theorized. Everything cannot be theorized. For in the moment, or if there is the conjuring of a belief as though there is a theory of everything being applied to everything that appears as it does, as it arises, to say that that is finite is not, it's neither true or untrue. It cannot be known. That is unknowable. But to conjure up as though it is knowable is the idea of a belief. And the idea of a belief is an explanation applying reason, meaning, and purpose for everything to appear as it does. There's an application as though a reason, meaning, and purpose needs to be expressed or needs to be explained via the body-mind of a conjured self. Now, the conjured self believes that it is part of a body-mind. In other words, it claims a body-mind. And then it conjures up this idea that, okay, I am here. I am a separate entity. I'm a separate individual. I know this. I have knowledge of that because I possess, or I hold, or I have a birth certificate of authenticity. And that birth certificate is just an excuse for a conjured self to use to explain how it believes, and that it is convinced to believe that it is a separate individual that has its very own, possesses its very own birth name and birthright. That birth name and birthright idea is reinforced via the story of Earth that conjures this and takes this apparent appearance of human corporeal forms that have been identified in that way. It's so paradoxical because it is an amalgamation of any idea that supports this idea of separate selves as a societal structure within the story of Earth that is told. All these are conjured stories of conjured selves. Conjured selves conjure stories to support this idea of separation or a separate sense of self, and it is reinforced via the societal structure. And it just goes on and it's churning that way, and that perpetuation, it is as though that perpetuating this idea of an evolutionary process of a human race, it is as though that cannot be stopped, or it cannot be disrupted or interfered with. It is as though that is the strongest belief to support, to continue the perpetuation of the idea of separateness, of separation, of a separate sense of self, of individuality. So, the human corporeal form of a body-mind is appearing as though it is a separate manifestation when it is simply mingling with everything that is appearing as it does. Therefore, it can be said that everything is energy. Everything, and within everything, are energetic movements of energy. And then it is as though there's the apparent appearance of various energetic movements upon various frequencies of resonance. And that everything that is energetically, visibly observable and measurable is temporal in nature, or is temporary. It's impermanence. It is temporary in the sense of the manifestation that is appearing as a manifestation. A human corporeal unit of local quality of consciousness energy is simply a manifestation that is temporally temporary as the impermanence. Time is timing impermanence to appear as it does. Not for anybody, and not for groups of anybody's, and it is not for the idea of a conjured self. The conjured self, the idea of a conjured self is conjured via the mind of a body-mind manifestation that is temporarily so. It is apparently appearing that way. As though there's an individual body-mind that actually contains a conjured self within it. And that idea of a containment happening there, that there is a within, and within that body-mind appearance, there is a conjured self there. There's a separate entity that is causing the manifestation of a different human corporeal form, as though there are differences. The apparent appearance of difference is a reinforcement of separation. Everything that appears differently is simply appearing that way, but not as a separate appearance. Everything that's appearing is appearing and mingling together as everything, which is why there is no separation. There's one way of explaining it. There are many ways to attempt explaining it. And although there's this body-mind that apparently appears to be in a fixed position as a here, is simply the illusion. That's the illusion of impermanence. The illusion of impermanence is as though I am in a fixed position being somewhere. And that somewhere is here. That's the idea of separation. The idea of separation is a reinforcement that I am here, I am somebody, I am an individual self, and all of that is just simply conjured by the mental thought system, though. That is what apparently appears to be happening. And that apparently appears to be what Advaita Vedanta is all about, non-duality. Not two. There's not two of anything. There's not two of something. There is not one object that has to be identified as a comb. It has been said that this is no thing combing. That's one way of saying it. Now, does that make it so? Well, there are groups of conjured selves that are in agreement in non-duality circles. See, there's no escape. Self cannot get out of self. Therefore, what is a self to do? A self does not need to do anything. A conjured self believes that there's doings that need to be done. But no, there is simply being. Now, it has also been said that there is no being as well. Well, yes. But there is just the apparent appearance of being. Of beings, humanly corporeal, temporarily, appearing visibly observable in mirrors, for an impermanently indeterminate duration, in space and time, but not of space and time. The reason why these manifestations are temporary is because they are apparently appearing to be mingling with everything. And in that sense, that is timeless. That is non-local quality of consciousness energy, appearing as a human corporeal manifestation of temporal temporariness. for an indeterminate duration in space and time, and that duration is apparently appearing as an appearance of a human corporeal form, temporarily so. Now, it is stated this way, that it's temporary, because there is, via a body mind, there is this experience, as though there's an experience of timing manifestations to appear as they do. What volume are we at this point? When I say we, this is just another presentation, just as there are other presentations that are going on YouTube. This is just a subject of non-duality. Now, we don't have to give non-duality subjectivity or objectivity, and yet that is the habitual manner by which the human corporeal form expresses. Therefore, this is simply an attempt to come up with another way of describing. It's not a prescription. It's not to say that this is the only way that everything is appearing as it does, and that there is a meaning, there's a reason, there's a specific meaning, a specific reason, a specific purpose for everything to appear as it does. No, there is not. There is no specificity. I'm not even going to try that one. I mean, infinitudinal complexification is difficult enough to say. But the specifics, there are no specifics. Because the moment that there's the idea of a specific thing, then there's that separation, and then there's the idea of separation, and that is supporting the idea of a separate sense of self that believes that there are specific things within everything. It's just apparently appearing to be this way. This is the experience of a human corporeal manifestation, and this experience as though there is position, or there is in time and space that I'm here, and that I am being a separate conjured self. When that is not so, it just apparently appears to be that way. This is how the reinforcement of a conjured self continues to be perpetuated. It continues to be perpetuated because it is as though there really is a body-mind here, and that it is an individual body-mind that has and possesses its own birth name and birthright, and that's all that it knows. There's the rub. That's the paradoxical rub. The knowing that I am. This knowledge and knowing that I am is not what you are, is not what we are. When I say we, referring to the human corporeal apparent appearance of a societal structure of human beings that are appearing as though there's an evolutionary process going on within the story of Earth. So there's the story of Earth, and then every body mind has their own story that they have the story that they believe they have it and possess the story, because that is the best that a conjured self can do. The best that a conjured self can do to try and substantiate its very existence. To substantiate the existence of a body mind apparently appears to require, it is as though there's a requirement of a conjured self to be conjured. It is as though that is the only way that it can find and discover and conjure meaning, reason, and purpose, to reinforce the idea of a separate sense of self, to reinforce the idea that I am somebody that matters. Literally, I am somebody that is not mattering. The matters of mattering and not mattering, there's a paradox there. See, those that study non-duality and Advaita Vedanta study the idea, the concept or the idea, the subjectivity regarding Advaita Vedanta and non-duality, not two. and taking not to and expanding on that. Expanding on Advaita Vedanta, the expansion of gathering these other thoughts and ideas to support an understanding, or to create, to conjure an understanding so that this can be discussed and expressed in this way, as it has been. Nobody's going to stop somebody else from expressing non-duality in the way that they do. Guruing continues. There are thousands of different types of gurus. And then there's the idea of ascended masters. Ascending from where? It's as though there's a place. And it's referred to as Brahman, and there's this Bardo. In the Tibetan Book of the Living and Dying, there's various books that have been conjured. These are conjured ideas again, conjured cells that are in agreement. Various conjured cells that get together and they discuss various ideas of what they believe is reason, meaning, and purpose for everything to appear as it does. Focusing on a separate sense of self. Focusing on that and then expanding on that idea. Expanding on the idea of separation. And that it is as though these belief systems are supporting the idea of separation, of individuality, of separate selves, of a sense of a separate self. That is what beliefs do. That's what these ideas that are entertained and agreed upon via conjured selves. Now I say conjured self. A conjured self is a conjuring of an individual entity as though it is an individuated unit of local qualia consciousness energy that possesses that separate sense of self that's conjured. That conjured separate sense of self apparently appears as though it can claim the apparent appearance that's visibly observable in mirrors for a temporary, impermanent, indeterminate duration in space and time, and not of space and time. So this manifestation of a human corporeal form appears as though it is individual. It's an individual body-mind, and that within that appearance of a body-mind that's visibly observable in mirrors, temporarily so, for an impermanent, indeterminate duration in space and time, and not of space and time. So if we are to come up with an explanation to make these statements, that there is a separate self here that is expressing, it just apparently appears this way. It is not really so. It is paradoxically so. Therefore, this idea that I am a separate self and that I am not a separate self is both a conjured concept and idea of subjectivity, but that is just a feeble attempt of a body-mind to try and justify that is the way they are appearing. In other words, when I say they, the appearance of a body-mind that has a conjured self accompanying it, but that is not really so. It only apparently appears to be that way. So since self cannot get out of self, since that is the case, it conjures. It conjures what? It conjures a separate self. It does that. It can't help it. That's in its very nature. So this is why it's a paradox to say that I am, and that I am here, but I am also not really here. I apparently appear to be here, but I'm not. You apparently appear to be there, but you're not. You apparently appear to have and possess what? A body-mind. There is this experience as though this is a physical, tangible, 5-sensory input-output modality being that's humanly corporeal, but is manifesting as though it is physically real and exclusively physically real. That is only the experience of a conjured self. The moment that there is no longer this idea as though within a body-mind there is a conjured self, once it is recognized that there never was a self there, that is what the unraveling is about. The collapse. The collapse of a me, the collapse of an individual conjured self, when it is realized via the energy field that is mingling as the appearance of everything, naturally. When it is realized that that is truly the way everything is apparently appearing to be, there it is. It's apparently appearing to be. It is not being individualized. It just apparently appears to be an individual unit of local quality of consciousness, energy, form, manifestation. So there is the paradox. There's the manifestation of a human corporeal body-mind as though it is an individual entity that exists. But this existentialism is just another idea that is conjured just as a scientific explanation or a spiritual explanation is formulated. It's formulated via a body-mind that says that. And when these statements are stated, it is as though it is conjuring reason, meaning, and purpose for that to be justified as a separate individual conjured self. A separate individual conjured self requires meaning, reason, and purpose. It requires that, as though that is required to justify that it is a separate entity, that it really truly is. And that's what it does. It conjures these beliefs. It conjures all of these various beliefs that it is an individual conjured self, and that it possesses its own body-mind, and that it is a very unique person. It takes life and believes that life and everything that apparently appears to be life happening is happening to and for that conjured self. So that conjured self lives in that dream reality. That it believes it is a separate entity that possesses and that can claim via free will and choice. A conjured self believes it has its very own free will and choice to experience life via the body-mind that it claims to be its own. This manifestation is just an appearance of a human corporeal body-mind. But that was not intended to be as though it requires possession, as though it requires a separate sense of self to claim that it is also the body-mind that appears. It is an apparent appearance, as though there's an individual body-mind there. But the conjured self, see, that is that component that perpetuates this idea of a separate sense of self. The conjured self believes it has its very own body-mind to claim via free will and choice. It only believes that because it's thinking that via the mind of that body-mind manifestation. That's what's happening. That's what apparently appears to be happening. But beingness does not require a happening to happen for everything to appear as it does. Everything is not a happening. Everything is not appearing as a happening. Everything is simply an appearance of appearances of everything. And nobody knows how that works. And yet, there are still attempts via physics and astrophysics. And there, it's getting back to that big theory of everything. The body-mind, so named Dr. Thomas Campbell, has conjured a big theory of everything, an explanation, as though that is the root explanation, that everybody is living in a finite universe, and that there are reality frames within this universe, and that there is an LCS. There's a larger conscious system. That larger conscious system is empty fullness. And that is an attempt to explain empty fullness and call it a larger consciousness system. That's not true. Just because that is stated as so does not make it so. And yet, there are these perpetuations even now. You go to YouTube, look it up, and you'll see. And it is even stated via the content of the information regarding the theory of everything. Everything does not require a theory for it to appear as everything does. Nobody knows that. To come up with conjure a theory is a separate self, a separate conjured self, that is professing to possess knowledge that it understands, and that is coming up with a conjured idea of an understanding of meaning, reason, and purpose for everything to appear as it does, and that it requires a theory to be explained. That everything needs an explanation. Everything does not require an explanation to appear as it does. It will continue to appear as everything appears of its own accord and volition. There's no meaning and reason and purpose behind it. For the moment, or if there is a claim with the idea of a subject as though there's an explanation to support a reason, meaning, and purpose for everything that appears it does, then that turns into what? Another belief. Another explanation, as though everything requires explanation to appear as it does when it does not. See, and this is why there are non-duality speakers apparently appearing as non-duality speakers, body minds that are conjuring names for themselves. Since self cannot get out of self, what does it try to do? It just simply tries and makes an effort to continue to label itself someone, somebody. And so it can't help itself. The conjured self cannot help itself but to define, to try to explain. Because if it doesn't, it'll go mad. It'll go insane. Literally will go insane. And that really truly does happen, apparently appear to happen, to a body mind. A body mind loses its sanity. And sanity is this idea of beingness. But the idea of beingness is not required for there to be an idea of beingness. There is simply beingness, which is aliveness. And that's what everything is. Everything is an energetic movement of everything appearing as aliveness. The beloved, as Tony Parsons says. Spaciousness, empty fullness, everything appearing as everything does. And then everything appearing as though there are separate objects. But the moment that separate objects are defined and identified, then there's that sense of a separate self there, and then it's conjured, and then the idea of a separate conjured self begins to orbit the mind of a body mind, and then that supports the idea of a conjured self. And that's how it's conjured. These ideas of subjectivity and concepts that everything requires, and that a body mind requires a conjured self to exist within it, to animate it. So, the non-local quality consciousness energy field, which is the manifestation of the human corporeal units of local quality conscious energy forms that are temporarily so, for an impermanent, indeterminate duration in space and time, and not of space and time, is appearing that way. And that appears to be the final solution. Now, to say that that is a final solution is to say that there is somebody here that has figured it out and says, okay, non-duality, Advaita Vedanta is the explanation of everything. There it is. That's it. Everything is simply not two. Everything is non-dual. Everything is non-dual. Therefore, there are no non-dual speakers as such. There is simply speech about duality. That's another way of approaching non-duality, via studying what we're not. The body-mind that has been so labeled with a birth name and birthright as Paul Hederman, has said this so eloquently, has stated that so eloquently. When he says regarding everything that appears as it does is appearing based on what we're not. It's this idea of what we're not, that's duality, that once that is studied extensively, when duality is studied extensively, to realize that there is no duality, but the idea behind duality that is conditional, that everything has meaning, reason, and purpose as a dual nature of reality, that's described in the dream of the conjured self. The dream of the conjured self lives in a world of duality, of the good and bad, right and wrong to some degree, and that it continues to try to perpetuate experiences as though it needs to have nothing but good experiences, and that's continuously what it grabs for. Just like the carrot before the donkey and it's pulling a cart. And another eloquent way that Paul Hederman says in his sayings about regarding the presupposition. The presupposition is the mental thought system that is conjuring the conjured self to cause a body mind to believe that it is a separate living entity that is existing separately from everybody and everything else, when that's not the case. It only apparently appears to be so, which is why it's so difficult to explain. There's no getting this. See, that's another thing. That's another way of saying this about non-duality. There is no getting it. Nobody gets it. Why? Because there is no separate self to get it. The moment a conjured self says, okay, I get it, the universe is finite, I have a big theory of everything, I've come up with an explanation. And that's what Dr. Thomas Campbell is claiming. There's a claim. And a separate sense of self, a conjured self, claims that it has free will and choice. And yet, even if it gives free will and choice to the larger conscious system, as Dr. Thomas Campbell explains it in his big theory of everything, and I say his theory of everything because he wrote books about the theory of everything. My Big Toe, that's what he calls it. But this is not to pick on that particular body mind and say, oh, wait a minute, point with a finger at him and saying he's wrong. He's neither. He's neither right or wrong. That is just a conjured idea to give everything meaning, reason, and purpose to appear as it does. And that everything is appearing as though there's a finite universe, and that there are levels and various reality frames that an energy field can enter. Perhaps it's that way, perhaps it's not. Nobody really knows. And yet that idea is conjured. And so it's entertained, and then it's mingling along with all the other conjured ideas of groups of conjured cells that are in agreement that everything is that way, as it is stated, as a belief is conjured. Sciences, they have various ways of explaining and trying to come up with explanations for everything to appear as it does, as a scientific explanation. Volumes and volumes of various different types of books and literature. This same idea of coming up with a reason, meaning, and purpose for everything that appears as it does, as though it requires an explanation, and as though it requires a meaning, reason, purpose to appear as it does, as it arises of its own accord and volition. That was going on in the 1990s. This body mind was really into it. And the story of this body mind here, this particular one, it apparently appears to be here, and you apparently appear to be there, but that is just simply an apparent appearance. That phrase, that's why it is used so much. Because what apparently appears to be appearing is an apparent appearance of everything. But nobody knows that. And that does not require explanation. See, it just continues to go on how? Like this. That is a symbol of the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, both. There is no beginning and there is no end. There is infinitude. Infinitudinal complexification of everything appearing as it does, as though they're separate. It's a racetrack. And nobody knows how this works. Nobody knows why this is appearing the way that it does. That's the mystery. And it will continue to be a mystery. It's unknowable. So there. Like it or not. Accept it or not. A conjured self that claims that it has its own body mind, that it has a birthright, has a birth certificate, and it reinforces that idea of a separate sense of self, that it is separate and unique from everybody and everything else, continues to conjure that idea. It is neither right or wrong either. And if a conjured self is going to continue to conjure and express itself that way, that does not make it wrong. And that's not to say that it's not liberated either. It only apparently appears to be that way. It's just an apparent appearance. That's it. It's neither right or wrong. It's just apparently appearing to be that way. To what? To that conjured self that believes it is separate with its own body mind. I need to pause this, so I'm going to take a break. And it won't even be noticeable on this YouTube presentation that I'm recording. I'm actually recording it off of a Cisco external camera, and I'm using the software program called Screen Camera, the Screen Camera program. And man, when you have all the features opened up, there's so many things you can do. It's ideal for YouTube presentations. I'm not sponsoring the Screen Camera program. It's just mentioning that because it works really well. So I'm going to pause this, and you won't really notice the break much. You might notice it, but be right back. Let me go ahead and pause this for now. Be right back. Okay. There is the apparent appearance of body minds that are claiming to be non-duality speakers and speak of non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, via the English language. And without literally taking a translation of the Bhagavad Gita, but that apparently appears to be the source. There's some Dzogchen and some Zen, and it's as though the information that's expressed via a body mind that is claiming that they are a non-duality speaker. And the reason why I say they're claiming is because they address themselves with a birth name and a birthright. They're still doing that. And I believe this is volume 6 now? Yes, volume 6 about the conjured self and non-dualism research. Now, if you go into Facebook, there's non-dualism research as a Facebook page, but that's all just taking information randomly, just throwing out these images and bits of information, and there's just too much. There's too much information about the subject that it can get out of hand, and just because it apparently appears to be out of hand doesn't make it so. There's nothing that's really out of hand, and there is no hand to hold on to anything anyway to begin with, is there? It's a funny thing, isn't it? There are body minds that are still addressing themselves with birth names and birthrights, and they're not acknowledging that. There's nothing wrong with saying that they should or should not. I'm not going to say that they should not be addressing themselves with a birth name and birthright, but I tell you, once it is recognized that there never was a conjured self there with its own birth name and birthright, that is acknowledging the fact that there is no separate self there. Never was. It was just conjured. It's a story of a conjured self. So the body-mind is simply a body-mind. It's human corporeal, and it's expressing the way it does. Now, it will be expressing a different way once it realizes that there is no conjured self there, but that it is just an appearance mingling with everything else. It's a human corporeal manifestation appearance. Nothing more, nothing less. And it is mingling as everything. It's no thing bodying. Just as the the body mind with the birth name birthright Jim Newman has said, this is no thing bodying. Indeed, it is. Just a manifestation, just an appearance. Therefore, once that is acknowledged, there really isn't a need to express as though there is a conjured self there with a birth name and birthright, and yet continue to see that happen. And you know why? Here's why that is believed to be so. It's because the moment that a non-duality speaker admits that they are not that body-mind, and they admit it by no longer expressing that, to say, hello, my name is such and such. My name is the birth name and birthright. It's on my birth certificate. And the reason why that is stated and is not dropped in non-duality circles and in these non-duality presentations that are on YouTube, and we're about to see one here in a moment, and that's what these volumes are about. Now, did this body-mind choose that? Of course it did. This body-mind chose various ways of communicating in its own way. Now, to claim that this body-mind has its own way of expressing, that's not necessarily a claim, it's simply being. Just expressing and being, just expressing in some way. And this is just apparently appearing to be one of innumerable ways that a body-mind can express itself. It's neither right or wrong. It just apparently appears to be happening. You know, I can just imagine being side by side with Andreas Mueller, and we would be laughing at each other and pretty much saying the same thing, but in our own words. And when I say our own words, I'm not saying that a body-mind owns words. They're simply going to express using a language, and in this particular case, it'd be English. Of course, I don't know German, as the birth name birthright, so named Andreas Mueller expresses, using German, but that is his first language. And when I say it is his, he doesn't possess the language, it's just simply the language that he expresses. And it's a natural way that body-mind does that. This body-mind has been conditioned to learn the English language, so it communicates with it using the English language. Using the English language to communicate and express what? Ideas, thoughts. Yeah. That's all that's apparently appearing to be happening. What more or less does a human corporeal body-mind manifestation do, seemingly express? It is naturally being. It doesn't have to say anything, really, to be what it's being. Now, all of these doings, it thinks it needs to do anything about everything that appears as it does. No. Nothing needs to be done. Nothing needs to be added or taken away from everything to appear as it does as empty fullness. Yeah. Spacious aliveness. Yeah. Spacious aliveness, empty fullness, the beloved. You can call it that. It's fine. Body-mind's going to call it something anyway. Well, when we say something, not just an entitlement. Does everything need an entitlement? No. It's just one way of sharing information. And why is information being shared? It's just apparently appearing to be the way this body-mind is expressing. And so, what does it do? It selects, it chooses. It chooses various subjects to discuss and talk about. And there's the sharing. I tell you, there is just this collapse that was so subtle, and it was though it happened subtly. And that's the story of this body mind, this apparent appearance of this body mind. That this separate sense of self, this conjured self, that once believed to have a birth name and birthright of its own, and that this body mind belonged to it, vice versa, that this body mind contained a conjured self that was living in a world or reality, a dream. This, of course, is a dream reality, and this appears to be conjured, but it's not. It's just simply everything appearing as it arises, as everything. For no reason, meaning, and purpose. There's no reason, meaning, and purpose because there's no separation. That's why these statements are said as they are stated using the English language. But no, there are no separate non-duality speakers that possess a birth name and birthright, and yet that is stated. And again, the reason why that apparently appears to be so is because then, once that is announced and admitted by body mind, it no longer addresses itself as some birth name and birthright. Then it can no longer request and ask for what? Monetary offerings. And then when it's brought up, whatever you can afford, your income bracket and things like that, when it comes to income, no, that's not necessary. This information is being shared freely. It really is. And there's no reason to be expecting, or even to be the mere mention of it. In a sense, it kind of feels as though there's this sensation of a separate self that believes that it should ask. It shouldn't have to. Or should ask the general public of other body minds to contribute monetary, monies into a PayPal account of a non-duality speaker. That's not necessary, no. It doesn't need to be happening. I tell you, if you were to ask this body mind, and the way that this body mind operates, does not expect anything from anybody else. Why? Because there isn't anybody else. But the moment that you're expecting, when I say a body mind that speaks of non-duality is expecting a contribution, a monetary contribution, to put it in its bank account. And yes, a body mind has a bank account and it should have not should, but it may have some means of sustaining its presence. And there's no denying that that's one of the things that apparently appear to be a necessity, isn't it? There's no denying that a body mind needs to apparently appear to dwell somewhere, and needs a home. Doesn't really need it, but there doesn't apparently appear to be any way around that. That's no different than, let's say, a charity, or that if it is a charity, and if it's a cause, and if the cause is to help, do the appearance of help anyway, then that's okay for a charity. But when it's just to share information and knowledge freely, this body mind would not do that. Of course not. And I'm not going to do it. Never will. And this is another reason why I attempted, when I say I attempted, this body mind attempted to write a book about non-duality. Came up with a title, The Matters of Mattering and Not Mattering. Well, just simply promote that information. When I say promote, share, yeah. I promote it because this body mind is so interested in discussing this subject about non-duality of Advaita Vedanta, that there is no separate self. There is no separation. There's just everything that appears as it does. And then this subject is going to continue to be brought up until this body mind is no longer apparently appearing. This body mind is no longer making apparent appearances in mirrors. And when it's no longer casting a reflection in mirrors, then it's no longer going to be expressing and using its voice, using the vocal cords of this body-mind to express as it does. To simply state that everything is non-dual. Everything is non-dual, and everything is empty fullness. And just as it appears as it does, there is no separation. There is no separate sense of self. And once that is recognized, then why would a body-mind continue to express as though there is still a conjured self there? No. Then, that is simply taking the message of non-duality and turning it into another belief. See, it's turning it into religion, and that's what happened with Buddhism and all the other isms. That's what happened there. A conditional process or meditative practices that are believed that must be followed in action, that a body-mind needs to be engaged in those activities of meditation, meditative practices, rituals, 7 years in Tibet, whatever. Whatever the groups of conjured selves get together in a monastery or a ashram. They call them ashrams, of course, monasteries for religious people in the United States. And there is no place that's required for a body-mind to appear. To go to a church every Sunday and rituals and things of that nature, that never mattered and never will. The actions that a body-mind takes believes they're important. Oh, that I need to do certain things. I need to do these spiritual practices and meditative practices. If I don't, then I'm not being true to what I believe in. No. Just simply be. That's fine. You're already being that anyway. You're being present. Present in what? Present in the apparent appearance of moments. Time is time in the appearance of everything anyway. And everybody is mingling with that. Everybody that is apparently appearing as a human corporeal, alive body-mind, with the aliveness that apparently appears to be visibly observable in mirrors as the reflection. And that reflection that's cast is an energetic movement. That reflection is energy bouncing off of that mirror and reflecting that human corporeal manifestation, that appearance. And the reason why it's doing that is because there is a non-local quality of conscious energy field, okay, that's manifesting this appearance as a unit of local quality of consciousness energy form, as a human corporeal local unit of quality of consciousness energy. Humanly corporeal, temporarily so, within the impermanence, and impermanence is time, timing, temporarily temporal, for an indeterminate duration, appearing in space and time, but not of space and time. So that which is not of space and time is timeless. What is a timeless wonder? If someone were to ask me that, if I were Andreas Mueller, if I was that body-mind, I'd simply say the timeless wonder is non-local quality conscious energy fields. Non-local quality consciousness energy fields is the timeless wonder of non-local quality consciousness energy. Non-local quality conscious energy is mingling with all that is. It's mingling with empty fullness. It is one and the same. Non-local quality conscious energy fields that apparently appear as a human corporeal manifestation of a local temporary manifestation that apparently appears temporarily so, for an impermanently indeterminate duration in space and time, not of space and time, that is casting an image of a human corporeal form in mirrors. So that reflection is casted is that energetic movement of a manifestation that's temporarily so. And that will continuously be repeated via this body-mind. Will continue to express that because it is recognized now, okay, And there's this story as though this body-mind had a past, and it was very strongly seeking this. What is already being, it's been this all along, and that's what it was seeking. The seeker is indeed the sought. The seeker is indeed the sought. And that which is perceived is not what is perceiving. So whatever could be perceived, and perception is of a body-mind, is in the mind of a body-mind. Okay? So that which is perceived by that body-mind is not what is perceiving. The reason why it is not what is perceiving is because that is the manifestation of a local unit of qualia consciousness energy, of a local unit of qualia consciousness energy, humanly, corporeally, temporally, temporary, impermanently so, for an indeterminate duration, in space and time. And it's appearing as a manifestation, humanly, corporeally so, in space and time. But that manifestation is not of space and time. Since there is a non-local qualia consciousness energy field mingling with everything that apparently appears as everything does, of its own accord and volition, yeah, that's non-local qualia consciousness energy. Yeah. And that is what this is, as a temporal, humanly corporeal, temporally temporary, impermanent manifestation for an impermanent, indeterminate duration in space and time. That which appears in space and time is time in the appearance of human corporeal forms, and many of them are riddled with a sense of a separate self. Although self cannot get out of self, there is still, as though there is the presence of a self that is contained within a body-mind. Well, that would be its true form, wouldn't it? Non-local qualia conscious energy field. A non-local qualia conscious energy field is the true form that causes the body-mind to appear as it does, as it manifests. It doesn't apparently appear to be any way around that, any other explanation. That is the explanation that this conjured self has come up with. This conjured self came up with that. Now, I say it conjured that idea because that is conjured from where? The mental thought system. How else is it going to express? It will express via the mental thought system to come up with a conjuring of that idea. This is not to say that this is the meaning, reason, and purpose for everything to appear as it does. It just apparently appears to be that way. And it's simply using the English language in this particular way. This body-mind is utilizing the English language to express in this particular way, as it pertains to discussing the subject of non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, simply put. Okay, I want to say I believe. No, I no longer believe it anymore. Just simply being. And present in the moment. How can anybody be present in any moment? Well, as Paula Hederman also eloquently puts it, we have never been out of a moment we've always been in. And yet, we cannot get out of an imaginary place. And that's what's conjured. This imaginary place is the dreamings. Therefore, the content of these dreamings and everything appearing as though it's a dream is appearing that way to a conjured self that is still riddled with a sense of a separate self. When that collapses, there's simply this. It is simply recognized that it's blending. It's mingling and blending as an energetic movement, as a unit of temporally temporary local qualia consciousness energy formation. The formation that apparently appears to manifest and cast an image in a mirror. That casting of that image in a mirror, that energetic movement of an image appearing in a mirror, is temporarily a manifestation that way of a human corporeal form. for an indeterminate duration in space and time, but not of space and time. That which is of space and time is timeless. That which is timeless is non-local quality of consciousness energy fields. A non-local quality of consciousness energy field is the true self. In a sense, you could say that. A body-mind can say that, and that's what this body-mind is saying. It's simply saying that's a true form. Not necessarily true form, but the energy field is mingling with all that is in the infinitudinal array of complexification of all the different dualities that apparently appear to be the dualities that are entertained by conjured selves, is continuously perpetuated and is recognized that that's what apparently appears to be happening. And once that conjured self from a body-mind is no longer stating and no longer noticing that there is a conjured self there, once that collapses and it died, that conjured self, once the death of a conjured self occurs, that is the same as the death of a body-mind appearance. The death of a body-mind appearance, there is no death. There is simply an energetic movement of non-local quality consciousness energy field that will no longer be manifesting a human corporeal form that's physically observable in mirrors for an impermanent, indeterminate duration in space and time, but not of space and time. That's temporarily so. It's all temporary. Therefore, that which is this body-mind is expressing using the vocal cords of the body-mind that apparently appears to be this way, as though it's physically real and solid, is not. It is both real and unreal. Because what? What is it doing? It doesn't have to do anything. It's just simply being. So what is it being? It's being mingling. It is the mingling and blending with everything that appears to be as everything does, as everything arises. That's what's really happening. Now, is there anything really happening separately? No, it's not a separate happening. It is the happenings of all happenings. So everything that apparently appears to be happening is the apparent appearance of everything as time is timing the appearance of everything to appear as it does. But the moment there are separate things that are defined, then there's a conjured self still there and it hasn't collapsed. There is no collapse via that manifestation of a human corporeal body-mind. It hasn't collapsed yet. If it is still addressing the body-mind and claiming that its own body-mind has what? A birth name and a birthright. So it's going to address itself as what? As a separate, unique, individual person that has a birth name and birthright and is going to continue to address itself that way. That is not really helpful. I'm not going to say that it's helpful and not helpful. However, there is no collapse. So if there's no collapse of a separate sense of self, and if there's still a conjured self there, it is going to continue to address itself using, via its own belief of a free will and choice that it doesn't really have, but it's going to conjure that idea, and it's going to reinforce this idea that it still has a birth name or birthright that it decides to use. So you can't say it both. A body-mind that says both is in denial. In a sense, it really is. So why speak of non-duality if you're still going to address the body-mind with a birth name and birthright? Why would you do that? I mean, that's combining everything all together. This idea that there's still a conjured self there, and that you're addressing that body-mind with its own exclusive birth name and birthright. No, that way of expressing is no longer necessary. I'll tell you what, if that's still happening, there is still a conjured self there. So if there's a conjured self saying that there is no conjured self there, no, that conjured self is in denial. That's one way of putting it. Sorry. Like it or not. That's how it's called. I mean, well, again, once it's recognized, when there's a collapse, there's no longer a conjured self. And although self cannot get out of self, we already mentioned, this body mind is already expressed and mentioned and will continuously do so because it is recognizing that that is apparently appearing to be what is so. What apparently appears to be what is so is that there are non-local quality conscious energy fields that are manifesting as human corporeal manifestations, temporarily, in space and time, that are casting reflections in mirrors. This energetic movement of casting a reflection in a mirror as a human corporeal manifestation is what apparently appears to happen as there is a non-local quality conscious energy field still present in space and time. Now, it will continuously be that way until what? Until what happens? Once it is no longer casting that energetic movement of apparent appearance of a human corporeal form, casting that appearance of a human corporeal form, visibly observable in a mirror, once that is no longer apparently appearing to be happening, what happens? Non-local quality conscious energy fields continuously move on. Now, this is where it is believed that the idea, or this concept, well, I don't want to say believed, but it is taking that idea, the concept of reincarnation, the subject of reincarnation, was most likely conjured from that idea that there are non-local quality conscious energy fields that are humanly corporeal as that particular frequency or resonance of an energy field that manifests humanly corporeal will continuously cycle and continuously manifest as various human corporeal forms. Based on what? How is this known? How is that factual? How does anybody know that that's true? It is simply stated. Again, just as one of many different beliefs and conjurings, as though reincarnation is necessary for there to be meaning, reason, and purpose for human corporeal forms to appear as they do. Paradoxal. No one really knows. And even if anybody really did know, would they say and mention that? Would a body mind mention if it has information that's knowable? If it claims to possess information that's knowable, it's going to express it, is it not? Via what? The mental thought system. Is that conjured? Of course it is. All conjurings of thought forms of subjectivity and that which is being discussed as a subject is mentioned. The only thing that doesn't apparently appear to be absolute, that's not absolute, would be the explanations of subjectivity and objectivity. They're simply thought forms and beliefs and thought patterns and explanations of that which apparently appears to be happening. That which apparently appears to be happening can be explained in one of innumerable ways of infinitesimal complexification. See, I'm just going on and on. This body mind is expressing on and on in circles and still repeating and saying the same thing. But that is simply the habitual conditioning of a body mind that it simply expresses using words and uses language, communicating with other body minds to say, you know what, you are not a separate living entity. Oh, you are definitely being, but you're being mingling with everything that is appearing as it does of its own accord and volition. So we're mingling with that as non-local quality of conscious energy fields manifesting humanly corporeal, temporarily, so for an impermanent, indeterminate duration in space and time and out of space and time. And that will continuously be expressed via this body mind until it is no longer casting a manifestation of a visibly observable human corporeal reflection in a mirror.
And so we are live. Welcome to this Thursday night's meeting about non-duality and about life as it is. My name is Elame Sophia, and I'll just allow a few people to gather.
The gathering of a few people. So how can there be the collapse of a me that still claims a birth name and birthright and even mentions it, and then still says, we are gathering here and such day, such and such time. This body mind has said it as well. And yet, there is no longer the claim of a separate self that possesses its own birth name and birthright. That is no longer acknowledged. Why? Because there is no separate self. There is no separate body mind that has its own birth name and birthright. That's simply the conjured self that's perpetuating the conjurings. So what we're witnessing here is an amalgamation. It's a mixture. Well, on one hand, there is the claiming that there is a body mind visibly observable in a YouTube presentation, just as this is a manifestation of a body mind appearing in this particular YouTube presentation. And simply illustrating and showing and revealing to other body minds how non-duality can be expressed. But it can't be expressed also using the separate sense of self and supporting that. If it's collapsed, it's collapsed. And it's no longer being conjured. It's no longer supporting. Once it is recognized that there never was a conjured self, with a body mind, accompanying a body mind, and manifesting as though there's a conjured self there. That's admittedly so. And once it collapses, then there's no longer, it does not express any further to say that my name is. This body mind does not possess a name. It used to conjure that idea that it thought it was a separate entity with its own birth name and birthright. But it's no longer expressing that way. Why? Because it's collapsed. It is recognized that that was just a conjured story. Well, the conjured story goes on, doesn't it? The conjured story apparently appears to be a conjured story when there is still a sense of a separate self accompanying the manifestation of a temporary, humanly corporeal body mind. If that body mind is claiming that it has a conjured self with its own birth name and birthright, there is no collapse. It's happening there. Silly Ella. That is a silly body mind there. I'm sorry. Ella May Sophia. There is no Ella May Sophia. That is a birth name and birthright that was conjured. But you know what? You can't help that. I used Richard, and then I made up and conjured Tai Shanti Vedanta. I just came up with that. This body mind came up with it. And it uses that name. So what?
And so the self, the seeker, is always looking for something else. It's always looking for another time, another event that will finally make it whole. And so as it thinks it gets into a new year, it thinks, this is my chance. This year I have to crack this. This year I have to become what I've always meant to be. What I was always meant to be, and what I was always, I'm missing something, and this year is my chance to make that something happen.
Conjure.
So it thinks there's always another chance. There's always another opportunity to look for what is missing in something else, in another time.
There is no happening that has to happen, is there? Of course not. There is no event that needs to be happening, and a body-mind doesn't need to become something else other than what it simply is as a manifestation. A body-mind is just an appearance of a human corporeal manifestation, and it has no meaning behind it. It is not becoming something else. It is only the belief in becoming when it's already being. A being that's already being, the apparent appearance of a human corporeal manifestation, it's already being that. And it doesn't have to become anything else. It's already mingling with all that is. It's mingling with everything that arises. It's mingling with that. Again, if there is a conjured self that's claiming, and false claims, indeed they are false, just as the birth name and birthright of Jim Newman, that speaks of non-duality, and he holds the satsangs, and of course he has his website, just as I have a website. When I say I have a website, there is a website. That's kind of obvious. But just because a non-duality speaker has a website does not make it the meaning, reason, and purpose behind everything as it appears to be. It is just one of innumerable ways to come up with a description, just a description of observing. That's what a body-mind does. A body-mind observes. What does it observe? It observes everything as though everything is happening to it and for it, but it's not. It is simply everything happening as it appears, as it does. For nobody, for no reason, meaning, and purpose, other than of its own accord and volition. Therefore, if everything's appearing of its own accord and volition, then that is to say that these appearances of human corporeal body minds are also mingling with everything that appears as it does that way.
And so it's really searching for just something that will make it whole, but it doesn't really want it because it's always looking for the next thing. Even when it hears this message, then what happens is it discards it. Discards it. It's too simple.
No. To claim that there's a body-mind discarding something, that's not it. That's not it either. Sorry, LMA, that's not it either. See, to claim that there's a body-mind discarding something is still a conjured self claiming that that's the way it is when it's not. Now, to seek to find that which it believes needs to be discarded is not it either. There is a complete and entire collapse of this conjuring of a conjured self that was thought to be claiming its own presence, its own manifestation, actually. This manifestation of a human corporeal form that's temporarily appearing as it does is not a becoming of anything. It is simply an appearance. Again, it is mingling with everything else that's appearing as it does, for no reason, meaning, or purpose, other than of its own accord and volition. Therefore, the human corporeal form of a body-mind is temporarily mingling with everything that's apparently appearing to appear as it does, as everything appears to arise as it does. It's an energetic movement that's mingling with that, temporally and temporarily so, for no meaning, reason, purpose, other than empty fullness' own accord and volition. So it's going to appear however it wants to appear. And I'm not saying it's appearing as a want. It just simply appears as it does. Nobody knows how it works, how and why it happens. It just apparently appears to be happening.
too simple for the me to have this.
No, it's not even that. It's too simple for the me to have. No, that's not it. There is neither simplicity or complexity for a body-mind to claim that it's not having that. It is the drop of all claims for a body-mind to express and say, oh, well, everything is non-dual. And since everything is non-dual, that's the way things are. And that is the meaning and reason and purpose for everything to appear as it does. It's appearing as non-dual. But that's not even it either. It's just observed as though it apparently appears to be that way. But again, everything can appear however it is going to appear. And it can appear in one of infinitesimally complexified ways. And it will continue to do so because it is. It is continuing to appear as it does, of its own accord of volition. But to claim that everything is non-dual, it apparently appears to be non-dual. Everything apparently appears to be that, because it's definitely not dual. Because that which apparently appears to be dual has conditions behind it. And that is considered to be conditional. Now, there is conditional and there's unconditional. Everything is both conditional and unconditional. Everything is dual and non-dual. You can't really say that everything is only exclusively non-dual, because it's not. It's both. Everything, as empty fullness, all that is and all that is not empty fullness, is both non-dual and dual. And it apparently appears that way in space and time, since there is that experience as though there's an experience of a body-mind having exclusive experiences of aliveness. It is simply being. It does not require experiences for that to be so. For a body-mind to manifest as it does, although it's temporally temporary, and although it is part of the impermanence of everything appearing as impermanence, everything is appearing as impermanence based on timing the apparent appearance of everything. But that is not the totality of empty fullness. Empty fullness includes that and everything else. It's all of it. So anything that can be identified and discussed via a body-mind, any subject that can be discussed between one apparent appearance of a body-mind and another, or even in groups of body-minds that are claiming that there is a satsang happening and that there is a designated speaker regarding non-duality, is simply the apparent appearance of a speaker of non-duality. And this is just an apparent appearance of a recording. How it works, how it and why it's happening, there is no why and there is no how. It just apparently appears to be happening. Is it allowed to happen? No, it's neither allowed or disallowed. It's both. And that can apparently appear to be happening in time, anywhere, and everywhere. So in a sense, the apparent appearance of a human corporeal body-mind is every-awareness appearing as a human corporeal body-mind form. It could appear as a male human corporeal appearance, as a male or a female embodiment. Body minds of a female manifestation is an energetic movement that appears either feminine or masculine, or a little mixture of both. So, does that explain how and why a human corporeal form manifests as it does? It's not an explanation about it. It's just apparently appearing to be what is witnessed. What is being witnessed? It apparently appears to be happening, as it does. And yet, it is not happening for any reason, any particular reason, meaning, or purpose. It is simply an appearance of a human corporeal form. And is everything happening to and for a body-mind? No. A body-mind is happening with everything else that appears to be happening. As everything else appears to be, as everything does. See, it's just a vicious loop.
To be this, it can never stay still. It can never rest and say, I'm not looking for anything. Sometimes people tell me that they're no longer looking for anything, that there isn't anything that they need, but it's not true.
Yeah, you know what else is not true? That statement that you just said. Some people tell me. See, so many conjured selves, they don't even notice that. And the speech goes on. Although they're speaking of non-duality, they believe that they're speaking of about non-duality Advaita Vedanta, when that is not the spirit. There's a spirit in the letter of the law. Remember, the reason why I mentioned that and remembering to recall of one of many of the satsangs that the birth name and birthright, the apparent appearance of body mind, so named with a birth name and birthright as Paul Hederman, as mentioned in past satsangs that are pre-recorded, and anybody can go back and review those at their leisure. But it is stated that there is nobody anywhere that can claim to use free will and choice as though it has its own free will and choice, to say that it knows what this is and it knows what's going on. It does not know what's happening. It does not want to know what's going on. It's just an apparent appearance of everything happening as it does. And what's not happening is that which was thought to be happening in the past, something that's happening now, and some kind of event that has yet to happen to a me or to this body mind in a future timeline. So, there is no seeking energy once there's a collapse of that conjured self. When a conjured self collapses, it's just a complete collapse. And there is no longer any recognition that there's a conjured self there with a birth name and birthright of its own. And it's not even, there are no recognitions of anybody else speaking to the me. So when it is stated that I hear people telling me, no. Just because there is people mentioned, there are no people. Remember, there are no individual conjured selves that are grouping together as people, as a societal structure. That's just the appearance of that. The subjectivity behind that is just an appearance. That's it. That's all that is. Just an appearance. There is no body that can turn around and say, well, I hear people telling me. They're not telling you anything that matters. Those are conjured selves that still have yet to experience. Okay, when I say to experience, to realize and recognize that there is no separate self there with its own birth name and birthright. That body mind that believes it is a separate living entity with its own birth name and birthright is a conjured self that's just conjured. That's unreal. That's not true. It's not real. But to claim that there's still people around, then that is a conjured self admitting that although there's people talking to me and telling me, nobody is telling me. There is no me here to be told anything from other separate body minds that believe that they are individuals, that they are separate individuals that have something to say that matters. Nobody has anything to say that really matters. You know why? Because there is no separate self. anywhere to be found that matters, that has to say that this is appearing this way or that way. That there is a dual explanation for everything to appear as it does. It only appears that way to the conjured self that is still selfing, just as the birth name, birthright of Paul Hederman has mentioned before, as he stated that the self that is selfing is that conjured self. It is still selfing more of an individual self, as though there's a separate self there that has a free will and choice to continue expressing as though there is a separate individual person that is part of the people of a societal structure. When there is people, then there are conjured selves claiming that they are people, that they are groups of people in a societal structure of a certain apparent appearance. They're appearing a certain way, and the reason why they're appearing a certain way is because there is a reason behind it, and there is none. Remember, as it said, there's no reason, meaning, and purpose for everything to appear as it does. Since that's the case, there is no conjured self, and there are no groups of conjured selves to say that there are people moving about in a societal structure. It apparently appears to be that way, yes, but not as separate individuals comprising a societal structure of people. That's not what's happening. It only apparently appears to be happening that way.
They've just given up in hope that then it will come to them, which is still kind of seeking, still a kind of looking. I'm just a bit cold. I'm just going to grab something.
See, there's all kinds of sensations that a body-mind can say that, oh, well, just as that body-mind right there, that female human corporeal appearance, that is still naming itself, the birth name and birthright is LMA, Sophia. See, that is a claim of a conjured self still believing and holding on to the idea that it possesses a birth name and birthright, that appearance, that manifestation of a body-mind needs to express that way, and it's going to continue to express that way because it's choosing to express that way. This body-mind, this body-mind can choose to express in one of innumerable ways. In fact, I could put a wig on, and I could appear as a feminine body. But why would this, when I say why would this body-mind want to do that? It doesn't want to do that. It could do that, but there is no meaning, reason, purpose behind that. Now, does every action, an apparent appearance of an action of a body-mind, does that require a reason to appear in a specific way, in a certain way? No. Why? Because it is blending and acknowledging, it's acknowledging that it's simply an appearance. A human corporeal appearance is temporary. See, that's admitting. That's an admittance of the body-mind to say, you know what, I am not an individual, unique person with my own birth name and birthright. I never was. That was just a conjured story of a conjured self. Once that is admitted, then there's in that admittance is the collapse of a conjured self that is no longer expressing there. This is simply a body-mind expressing, and it's an appearance of an expression of a body-mind. Nothing more, nothing less. That's it. That's it. Being. Now, is this being human? It could say that, and it will. What is human? Human is the appearance of a human corporeal form. That's it. It doesn't have no meaning or reason or purpose to appear humanly corporeal. It's just appearing that way. Apparently so. So, does there have to be a reason to justify that a human corporeal appearance is appearing humanly corporeal? No. There doesn't have to be a reason behind that. But you see, that's what a conjured self does. A conjured self lives in that reality lives in a dream world that it believes it has to conjure up and entertain all these thoughts of individuality, of uniqueness, of specialty, of uniqueness, and that it needs to know, and that it needs to do, and it has to do this or that, or the other, and it needs to know about this, that, or the other. No. Doesn't need to know absolutely anything about everything that appears as everything. There's no knowledge that needs to be amassed or collected or gathered. There's no non-dual teaching that needs to be conjured and then a book written about it and saying, okay, well, this is the perception of this non-duality speaker that's written a book. This body-mind has written a book regarding non-duality. This is the take. That's a certain take or a certain way of expressing what it believes non-duality is about. That's conjured. It's another conjuring. And yet, is it right or wrong? No, it's neither. It is simply apparently appearing to be what is discussed. A body-mind is expressed in a certain way. It doesn't have to know why it's doing that, because there is no why. It is simply expressing a certain way, because there's a certain recognition regarding everything that appears to be as it appears. There's no reason, meaning, and purpose behind it. So to say that everything is non-dual is labeling a non-dual label on everything that appears as it does, as though that's a reason, meaning, and purpose. The reason, meaning, and purpose for everything that appears as it does is non-dual. No. It's both. Non-dual and dual. Everything that apparently appears to be humanly corporeal expressed, it's apparently appearing to happen, but for nobody. For no reason, meaning, and purpose. It's just simply expressed. Just simply a language is being spoken. A language is spoken, a body-mind is expressing, that is what apparently appears to be happening. That's it. That's the bottom line. You want to call that non-dual? You call that empty fullness? You want to call that the spacious aliveness of everything that appears as empty fullness, as simply this? It has been said, and it's going to continue to be stated that way. A body-mind is going to express that way. Once what apparently appears to have happened. What apparently appears to be a non-happening. It's been described that way as well. That it was a non-happening. That there never was a conjured self ever mingling with the apparent appearance of a human corporeal appearance of a body-mind. It was never there. It was only conjured. And it was a story. There was also the story of Earth. The story of Earth is conjured as well. Why? Because it's a story regarding a conjured self that was once part of that story of Earth. Apparently appears to be what's happening even now. And will continuously apparently appear that way. Provided there's a human corporeal manifestation that's temporarily, apparently appearing to cast an image upon a mirror, provided that that's apparently appearing to happen, and for an indeterminate duration of impermanence, for an indeterminate duration in space and time. So that which is apparently appearing in space and time is simply the apparent appearance of everything appearing that way. As though time is time and the apparent appearance of everything a certain way. To appear as it does. For no reason, meaning, and purpose, other than the way it's apparently appearing, of its own accord and volition. Nobody can do anything about it. Nobody can ever do anything about it. Nobody can explain how that is, how that works, how empty fullness appears to be everything as it does, as time is time and everything to appear as it does. Nobody knows how that works. It doesn't need an explanation. To be what is simply apparently appearing to be, as the appearance of everything. Ad infinitum. That's it. That's the bottom line. That's right there. That's not even the bottom line. That's just simply what is going to continuously be expressed now that there's no longer the conjured self. That is a body-mind stating that, oh, I have this conjured self. I have a birth name and birthright. I am a person. I am part of the societal structure of the human race. I am part of this evolutionary process, and that I will return again as some other human corporeal manifestation form once this particular human corporeal manifestation of a male presence, and it appears this particular way as a human corporeal form, once this is no longer casting an image of a human corporeal form that's cast in a mirror, a reflection is cast that way, once that is no longer happening, apparently appearing to happen, in space and time, then it will simply be a non-local quality conscious energy field, which is the source of what this is and what that is. That body-mind that is facilitating, the body-mind is facilitating sight, that which is looking is what you're looking for. In other words, that which is looking is non-local quality consciousness energy field. That which is looking via the use of a facilitating sight, via the manifestation of a human corporeal form of a local unit of temporal manifestation of a human corporeal body-mind. Yeah? That's a unit of local quality of consciousness energy form in space and time. Temporarily so. And how is that manifesting? Via an energy field. What is the energy field? The energy field is mingling with everything else. Everything. Now, a non-local quality conscious energy field is an energetic movement of empty fullness. You can put it that way. It can be stated like that. It can be stated that way. Yeah. So, it is recognized that all selves that are no longer professing to be an individual conscious self with its own free will and choice to experience life for itself, and that life is happening to it, for it, in some way, in some dual manner, is not what's happening. So what's taken to be what's happening is not what's happening. If there's a conjured self claiming that it has free will and choice to be experiencing life. So the experience of life that is claimed via body-mind is via the mental thought system that has conjured a conjured self there, that is mingling with that human corporeal manifestation in space and time. So if there's still a conjured self that claims a birth name and birthright, and it believes that it is a person, it's an individual person, uniquely special, with its own birth name and birthright, and its birth certificate of authenticity it holds up and it claims that this is so, yes, once it claims that, then that separate sense of self will continue on that way. And it's just all conjured. Is it wrong or right? No. It's just apparently appearing to be what's happening there. Happening where? That humanly corporeal manifestation of a body-mind, of a human corporeal body-mind. So, there's either a conscious self that is claiming it is an individual, separate, living entity, separate from everybody and everything else, uniquely so, with its own thoughts, its own original thoughts that it's claiming as its own thoughts, entertaining them as their own, and claiming that they are a unique individual with a birth name and birthright of their very own, and that they had a beginning, that they were born, that conjured self was born along with that body-mind when it was not. It was when the mental thought system began to develop with that manifestation of a human corporeal form, where there was a mind that began to develop and then became cognizant. Yes, that body-mind became cognizant because it began to entertain thoughts. Especially that story that's been mentioned, yes, even if it is a story, it still has been mentioned. After time has been timing, the apparent appearance of a newborn body-mind, yeah, that is beginning to do this, and then it is told by other body-minds then it is a unique individual and it has a name. And it's going to be called a certain name for the rest of its life. And when we say the rest of its life, the apparent appearance of a life of an individual. This is why there's this reinforcement of a body-mind, because it apparently appears to be happening that way. And so when it's doing this, after 18 months, and then it goes, oh, these are my hands, mine. So then the ownership and the claiming, although they're false claims, they're still claims nonetheless. True or false? Claim. And besides, the apparent appearance of a human corporeal form is going to claim ideas and thoughts to be either true or false claims. So even now, this body-mind is claiming certain ideas and thoughts and entertaining them. And one of them that it's entertaining and focusing on is about non-duality. Is one way of explaining non-duality. And when we say explaining non-duality, it's the realization and recognition that there never was a conscious self manifesting along with a human corporeal form of a body-mind, of a manifestation, and that's all. And it's recognizing that it is timeless, that it is mingling with everything that is timeless. Everything that's apparently appearing to appear as it does is appearing in space and time as though there is a beginning and end, and that there's a threefold principle happening there. A recollection of a past, the cognizance of a presence of now, the present moment, and future moments. And that those are experiences that exclusive body-mind is experiencing. It only apparently appears to be that way to the conjured self. The conjured self conjures those ideas as though that's what's happening, and it's not. It's not what's really happening. Come back, LMA. Where'd you go? Oh, you put a shawl. Oh, let me guess. You put a shawl on. You're feeling the chill. Bless. We can't run the power too much. We're trying to save on electricity bill.
Hi, Harold. Hi, Dave.
So we need to ask for more contributions. Yeah? Well, that should be the responsibility of a body-mind that's maintaining its apparent appearance with shelter, and has a responsibility to maintain that shelter. And how does it do that? Well, it goes and finds a freaking job.
So what you're looking for beyond
that
newness, beyond looking for something which will make things clear, which will make things new, which will make things whole for you, is really what already is, before there are any thoughts, before there is any idea about anything, any concepts. That which you are and also are not is already what is. What you are looking for is so close to you that you cannot see it.
No, it's not even that. What we are is an energy field. It is neither close or far. There is no fixed position of an energy field. It has no parameters, just as light, where you cannot locate and notice and find the barrier between light and darkness. You cannot notice and see that partition. It's so well blended and congealed together, light and darkness are both combined. That's what everything is. Everything is an appearance of that which is appearing as real and unreal, as both real and unreal. And that is light and darkness blended together. It's the energetic movement of everything. And that's why there is no separation. There is no exclusive light. There is no exclusive darkness. There's a blend of both. everything is light and darkness. Which is why this creation story is not true. Where it says that there was a creator, and then there was darkness, and then there was this void, and then the creator said, let there be light, and then there was light. No, that's just a story. See, that's a story of a conjured self that's putting together a religious belief and stating that everything is appearing, that began to appear that way. That which was not appearing as everything appears as it's currently appearing now, as it apparently appears to be, as timing the appearance of everything. And it's always been this way, but it's not the way that religious groups say that it is. And this is why there are all these conjurings of beliefs and spiritual beliefs and Christianity and Buddhism and Hinduism and all the other isms and all the other spiritual beliefs, all conjurings of groups of conjured selves that got together to say, here's the meaning and reason and purpose for life and why everything's appearing as it does. There is no why. Nobody knows that. And no group of exclusive groups of conjured selves are going to profess to say and state that they know what this is. Not even the scientific community as well. No astrophysicist knows, although they claim to, especially those that are following that work of that particular body-mind, so named Dr. Thomas Campbell. It brings up the big theory of everything, that every body has its own version of a theory of everything. And that's what this is all about, and that everything is finite. We live in a finite universe, and that there are different reality frames that an energy field can visit. And who's to say that it's not that way? And who's to say that it really is that way? Well, to entertain the idea that it's that way is a conjured self claiming, and groups of conjured selves that are in agreement to claim that the universe is finite. When it's both. It's finite and it's infinite. It's knowable and unknowable. Observable and unobservable. Real and unreal. It's both. But nobody knows how that works. Nobody knows how that is. No particular individual body-mind knows that. And within that body-mind, even if there is a conjured self claiming that they can explain and come up with a theory of everything, that does not make it true. It does not. And it never will make it true. Because there is no meaning, reason, purpose for everything to appear as it does. And the moment that a reason, meaning, and purpose is conjured via a conjured self or a group of conjured selves, then that's simply turning into a belief. It's turning into a knowing. And then it's turning into information that must be put together and explained as a knowing. And turn into a book called The Theory of Everything. No. Of course not. Silliness. It's recognized as silliness. Oh, no.
The nature of the me is always to look beyond that which it thinks it's in. And so then what appears is an object-subject reality, a me here, a you there.
Yeah, see, she's saying the same thing, that this body-mind is also recognized, just using different words. When I refer to the conjured self, this body-mind could say that that is an original statement. Now, I say it's an original in the sense that there had yet to be some other non-dual speaker that's speaking about this subject of Advaita Vedanta of non-duality, that everything apparently appears to be everything as it apparently appears to be, for no reason, meaning, and purpose other than of its own accord and volition ad infinitum. That is simply a summary that this particular body-mind is expressing. It's simply expressing, recognizing that everything apparently appears to be that way. It's just a way to use the English language to say the same thing. But I'm telling you, it's recognized that if there's a body-mind that claims the birth name and birthright and is still doing that, and claims that there are people in the world, there's people in reality, That's to say, see, you're saying both. On one hand, you're saying there's people in the world, and I've heard people speaking to me. Nobody's speaking to anybody about anything. It just apparently appears to be that way. Sounds like an excuse again, doesn't it? It really does. When a body-mind makes that statement, apparently appears, it almost sounds as though that's an excuse, but it's not. It's just apparently appearing to what's really truly happening. And there is no meaning, reason, or purpose for everything to appear as a certain happening. If there is an apparent appearance of a happening before a body-mind, then there's still a conjured self there to recognize as though there's something happening when nothing's happening. Oh, those paradoxes, I'm telling you. Talk about a Zen bitch slap. Those are the type of Zen bitch slaps you get whenever you're with a satsang, whenever you're having a satsang with the birthday and birthright of the soul named non-duality speaker satsangs with Paul Hederman. That's what he means about a Zen bitch slap. Because, man, that'll Zen bitch slap that conjured self right off the freaking face of the freaking earth, of that dream reality. And the traveling lighter is referring to light. Light travels. Indeed it does. And light that travels lighter is the light that it manifests as the conjured self. The conjured self manifests a certain way, but is taken to be as though it's an individual entity or special conjured self, individual as an individual separate unit of local quiet conscious energy form, when it's not separate. It only apparently appears to be separate. But it's not separate. It is simply a manifestation. It's mingling with timing the apparent appearance of everything. That's it. That's it right there. It's always going to be the final solution. Once the collapse of the conjured self happens, there's no going back to believing that there are conjured selves with birth names and birthrights anymore. Anywhere to be found. Because they are. They're nowhere. Every human corporeal appearance that apparently appears to be blended with everything it appears is a blend of an appearance. Humanly corporeally so, humanly corporeally so, and temporarily so. For an impermanent, of course, impermanence means temporary manifestations, of non-local quiet conscious energy fields. Non-local quiet conscious energy fields are outside of time. Outside of time and the apparent appearance of everything that is observable in mirrors. Okay.
A here and a there, a now and a later, a past and a now.
And a future. Don't forget that. You didn't mention that either. Because that threefold principle is what a conjured self recognizes. So if you leave out the future as well, then there's a conjured self that's going to be looking forward to a future. So if that's not recognized and acknowledged, that there also is no future as well, that a future is conjured as well, then once that is not admitted, see, you can't say both. You cannot say. If there is a body-mind that's claiming to say that, it's claiming to say that both everything is non-dual, and then yet there could be a future and a hope for a future, and that there's still people around, and that I still have that I, as a separate self, as a conjured self, I have a birth name and birthright, and this is my body, and my body gets cold, so I'm going to get up out of this chair, and I'm going to put some clothing on that body, because it's my body. No. So how can you still sit in a chair and say, I'm sitting here? No, there's only apparent appearance of sitting in a chair happening. Apparently appear to be happening. A body-mind sitting in a chair apparently appears to be happening here, as though this is a fixed position up here and you're over there, sitting in your chair. that you could claim to be your chair. It's just a chair. It's not your chair. It's not my chair. It's not even our chair. It's just a freaking chair. It's called a separate object. And even though it's a chair, that's no thing chairing. See, it goes on and on like that. But you see, a body-mind can claim that it has both the spirit and letter of the law. If it claims that, then it is claiming to be mingling with everything that apparently appears to be everything appearing as it does, of its own accord and volition. As time, and the apparent appearances of everything. Ad infinitum. Oh. Okay, what next?
And so it's always looking beyond that place that it feels it is inside.
No, it's not. That which is looking is non-local quality of consciousness energy field, okay? That which is looking, and it's looking through that manifestation of a human corporeal body-mind. It is looking through that, but that doesn't mean that there are separate lookings or separate appearances of looking at something. Everything is appearing as everything appears to be. Now, is everything being something? There's the apparent appearance of things as though they are separate something. And so the conjured self identifies itself with objects and lives in that world of subjectivity and objectivity. And as long as it does, it's not going to be able to recognize that it is not a separate conjured self. It's going to continue to entertain ideas as though it's a non-self and that it understands the non-dual nature of everything. Just as it's being mentioned right here. This particular
the body
thing.
Inside the body, inside time, inside life, inside the world.
No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, LMA. Bless. LMA Sophia. No. There is no within and there is no without. There is both. There is the apparent appearance of a within and a without, but it's not a separate within and a separate without. The conjured self will say that. The conjured self will say that there is a within and that there's a without. And that there is a conjured self that is recognizing that it is within what? That it is within a body-mind. And that the body-mind manifestation, apparent appearance, that's temporarily so, for an impermanently indeterminate duration in space and time, but not of space and time, since it's only temporarily in space and time as a manifestation, there is no within and without about that. There's only apparent appearance of within, as though there is a conjured self, a separate sense of a self, of a separate sense of a conjured self that is within a body-mind. And so, it is going to claim that that manifestation of that body-mind is its own, to say that this is my body. And as long as there's a conjured self to say, well, my body's cold, or my body's hot. No, there is a sensation of temperature of a body-mind, yes. But the moment that that is claimed as an experience of a feeling associated with any of those 5 conscious contact points, that there is my sight, I am the seer of sight, I am the hearer of hearing, I am the taster of tasting, that which is consumed, food that's consumed via body-mind. And if a conjured self is saying, well, I am the taster of that which I am tasting, or I'm the smeller of that which is smelled, or the smelling of that which can be smelled, and all these 5 senses and touch to hold, to have and to hold in hands that are claimed as my hands. So there's a conjured self that's claiming all those sensations as the doer of seeing, hearing, tasting, touching, and feeling. Just as the birth name and birthright of the non-dual speaker, so named Paul Hederman, so eloquently puts, and in full agreement, this body-mind is in full agreement with everything that's stated regarding that which apparently appears to be non-dual and that which is not two. And just simply stated as that which apparently appears to be an individual body-mind, a self that is selfing, is not what's happening. That is all conjured. That's all conjured. All of the sensations that are claimed to be experiences of a body-mind, that there is a separate entity that is experiencing tasting, smelling, hearing, is the hearer, the taster, the smeller, then there's still a conjured self there that has not collapsed. And so it's going to express that way, is it not? Sure it is.
There is no world when there is no here.
Oh, there is definitely the apparent appearance of a world, of a reality, especially if there's a body-mind that's going to continue to claim a birth name and birthright of a certain name. Now, this body-mind is so labeled Richard Taishanti Vedanta Trevino. That particular name there is a label of this body-mind. But that's not to say that this is an individual, unique, separate entity that is claiming that name. It is simply using it as a point of reference. Now, when we say point of reference, it's an apparent appearance of a point of reference. Although this is just simply the human corporeal manifestation of a body-mind, a unit of local quality conscious energy form, and is labeled as such, but it is no longer claiming that it has and possesses its very own individual birth name and birthright. That was once considered a birth name, a birthright. That Taishanti Vedanta is a stage name, so to speak, when communicating with other conjured selves. Now, that particular nickname, if you will, like a nickname or a pseudonym or a label, is simply using that as a way to address to these conjured selves via the mental thought system and throwing the information over that body-mind's head to reach what? To reach that non-local quality conscious energy field, to get that to recognize and realize that it is not its birth name and birthright, is it no longer needs to try to recognize as though it is a separate individual conjured self with its own birth name and birthright, to continue expressing that way. When there's a collapse of a me and there's no more conjured self, there's no sense of a conjured self there, and there never was to begin with, it was just simply conjured. It was thought via the thought system to be so, when it's not so. Once it is recognized that way, then it will be recognized via other body minds that will recognize that there is no longer a conjured self expressing there. If there's a conjured self expressing within a body mind that still believes it has its own body mind and it addresses itself as myself, and it says, well, I have my life, I'm experiencing my life, and, you know, my this and my that, and all these claims, which are false, of course, all the false claims that are made by a conscious self is just not what's happening. It's not true. It is not true. It's all conjured. Until it is recognized that way, then there is the recognition. And it's undeniable. Silly Ella. You're cute and adorable that way, though. Yeah. But see, that's the female energy of that body-mind. That female energy of the body-mind is expressing as it does.
Hi, Jeremy. So what you're really looking for is so close. It's so close. It's so close.
There's nothing to be looked for. When you're saying what you're looking for is close, again, nobody is looking for anything. The moment that a conjured self believes it needs to be looking for something, or it needs to be looking for some type of experience to be had, or the collapse. See, once there's a collapse of a conjured self, then such words are never uttered. Such ideas are never entertained. That there is somebody somewhere that's going to be expressing that way. See, that's a conjured self still holding on to such ideas.
Hi, Sheila.
You see, this is why I wouldn't acknowledge that in presentations like this, I wouldn't hold one that way. In other words, that body-mind, the so named, that conjured self, the birth name and birthright of LMA Sophia, that's using that particular name to label itself that, then it is expressing in that manner because it chooses to express that way. This body-mind is going to choose to express a certain way, is going to be the apparent appearance of choice. But then again, see, this body-mind admits that it does not have free will and choice, and yet there's the apparent appearance of choice being made. Excuse me, I'm gonna use the facilities again. I'll be right back and pause this. See, that's why this screen camera program is great, because I could just pause it when I leave the camera view. This is just a way of, recording a presentation, but that's extraordinary in itself. As far as capturing time and space this way, capturing the manifestation of a human corporeal body-mind, capturing it, recording it, digitizing it, and then to visually witness and hear the utterance of a voice expressing and communicating some information. Information, it doesn't really matter about anything. I mean, it's just simply an activity that is being apparently appearing to be conducted via a body mind is expressing in a certain way. Just taking the message of Advaita Vedanta, a non-duality of all that apparently appears to be, what apparently appears to be everything. Time is timing everything as it appears, as it does. And then simply taking that information and making comparisons. Now, did this body-mind choose to do that? There is the apparent appearance of choice. Sure there is. Just as there is, as though there's a true claim. See, there's true claims and false claims. The false claims that there is a separate individual conscious self here with its own birth name and birthright, separate from everybody and everything else. That this is separate from your body, and that your body is separate from this body. But it's only apparently appearing that way, as though there's separation, but there's not. Separation is a delusional dream reality that appears that way. But you see, is it not interpretation? It's interpretation, not perception. Because the moment there's perception that's claimed, then there is that perception being claimed by what? A conjured self. A conjured self is conjuring a perception of what? A perception of all that is, of empty fullness, of everything that appears as it does, as though they are separate perceptions from a separate conjured self that perceives its reality that way. Now, there is simply what is. That's not a reality. It is simply time, and the apparent appearance of everything that appears. Everything is simply an appearance. That's all that this is. Simply this. Appearances. Apparently. They're only apparent because they apparently appear to be happening as though they're happenings in space and time. But that's part of the impermanence. And that is described in the Bhagavad Gita that way. But it doesn't need to be, this information doesn't have to be shared using the, Sanskrit or using some other ancient tongue or language to explain what this is. But there apparently appears to be this necessity of conjured selves, of non-dual speakers, to utilize the English language as though there's this compulsion, as though there's this strong will going around, apparently appearing to be happening nowadays. And I say nowadays, it's 2019 now. And as a reminder, as we're going to look at the calendar and glance at it, it is Saturday, the 5th of January, 2019. Now, these recordings, I'm going to continue to try to amass a little library, kind of similar to what Rick Archer has done with his Bat Gap, except this is going to be exclusively regarding the research and the examination and interpretations of satsangs. It hasn't previously been witnessed to be done. Of course, it has been seemingly done before and recorded via the interview process, and of course satsangs have been recorded. But if an individual speaker of non-duality that speaks of this subject is going to have a live presentation and record that and then address other people as though there are other separate selves that have birth names and birthrights and address them that way in a chat program, this particular body-mind would not do that. And the reason why I would not do that, when I say do that, the presentation would not be conducted in that particular way. And the reason behind that would be, if there's going to be any kind of reason, is that the presentation should hold true to the idea of no separation. Because the moment that other people, other body minds, as though they're separate individual body minds that have their own birth name and birthright, are addressed that way, there is still separation going on. There's still a sense of a separate self that is speaking to other people, other individual selves, and that's not what's happening. And so that's not going to be something that is expressed in these presentations. It's going to be as forward and honest, as explicitly and precise as possibly can be expressed via body mind. And it's going to, these explanations, this non-dualism research is going to focus on non-duality itself and will no longer recognize and acknowledge separation in a separate sense of self. It will no longer address others with birth names and birthrights as though they're individual conjured selves, to conjure that and to support that. See, if a body mind is supporting birth names and birthrights, then it has not collapsed. It is still conjuring that. And those conjurings, if we're going to look at it as a perspective of recognizing and acknowledging true non-duality, I mean the essence of non-duality in Advaita Vedanta, and that message so far, which Tony Parsons and Jim Newman, as two birth names and birthrights of non-duality speakers, And Paul Hederman, of course, needs to be addressed. And of course, I would put Andreas Mueller there in that same company. I would want to be with these particular speakers of non-duality, because there is an agreement there. Is it the reason, meaning, and purpose behind non-duality? Is this the way that non-duality should be expressed? In a sense, it is acknowledging true non-duality and Advaita Vedanta without any elements of a sensation of separation. There's no conjured self being no longer conjured there. It is acknowledging everything as empty fullness, as simply this. And once that is recognized and acknowledged that way, then that recognition becomes a way of being. Not necessarily a way of being that should be followed as a ritual or as a set of precepts or a certain order of patterning or behavior that should be exhibited via a body mind. No, there's no particular way to explain non-duality as such, but there are ways that it can be recognized that non-duality is being truly acknowledged and honestly and openly recognized as such, without any element or component of a sense of a separate self. No more separation. It is collapsed, and it needs to be recognized that way. Do I say needs to be? It is apparently appearing to be recognized that way when there is no longer a sense of a separate self that is conjured. And it will be recognized. So, these birth names and birthrights of non-duality speakers such as Tony Parsons, Jim Newman, Paul Hederman, Andreas Mueller, Richard Sylvester, yes, these speakers of non-duality that have taken the time and somehow they have put together literature and books that can actually be held and read. There's electronic versions, of course, and there's electronic books, and those, of course, can be accessed via Amazon. And so, body mind will take their pick. If they're going to look into some information, they're either going to use a source, either a paperback book where it is held by the hand of a body mind and is read, and a body mind is reading that information and is recognizing, okay, well, here's a description that's speaking of non-duality in a certain way, using the English language in a certain way. This is one of those other ways. And so these are the types of presentations that are going to be held. But they're only going to be held exclusively in the tradition, if there is such a thing that could be called that, the true tradition of the message of raw non-duality Advaita Vedanta, without any element of a sense of separation or a sense of a separate self that is conjured that way.
Finds this. I'm not asking you to become really close and then you will see it. The me will never find this. The me absolutely categorically fails in finding this. Because it...
You know what? Nobody has to ask anybody else to do or know anything. Absolutely nothing. Not even about non-duality. For the moment that somebody is claiming that they're asking somebody else to do or know about something, there is still, obviously, a conjured self there that's conjuring that idea. It is clearly recognized as such, right there, right here, in this particular expression of this particular body-mind that is labeled as such with the birth name and birthright of Ella Mae Sophia. It's not picking on you, so don't take it personally, Ella. Guarantee you. Don't take what is being stated by this body mind personally. It's not a personal attack. It's not a person. It has nothing to do with a conjured self that's a person. That's not what's being stated here. What is simply being stated is what's obviously noted, what is noticed, what is recognized. Once there is a complete, it's a collapse. Either the separate sense of self, the conjured self, has been collapsed, or it's not, or it's still there. There's no fence riding on this. You can't ride the fence. No body, no manifestation of a human corporeal body mind can speak of non-duality and ride the fence in between and say, well, there is still a body mind, and I'm going to address you with because you have a birth name and birthright, so I'm going to use your forename, the birth name that you were given. No, nobody's given a birth name. There is no conjured self. All of that that's conjured should have already collapsed, and we shouldn't even be speaking this way, really. When there's non-duality speakers that are speaking about true non-duality and a true message, it will be recognized as such. And I already named those body minds with those birth names and birthrights. With those birth names, those particular birth names, as I mentioned, Tony Parsons, Jim Newman, Paul Hederman, Andreas Mueller, and Richard Sylvester. The reason why I can't think of any others at this moment, at this time, there are a few others that are kind of speaking of non-duality, but it's a bit on the new agey side, so to speak. They're still blending. They're apparently appearing as a close examination has been examined, and I guarantee this particular body mind examines very closely the message of non-duality as it is stated by various body minds and various non-duality speakers throughout this earth, throughout this planet, and throughout YouTube. I've really taken the time to do the research, the non-dualism research, which is why I conjured and came up with it. Yes, this particular body mind has conjured that approach. It is an approach to speak of non-duality and Advaita Vedanta. There are various approaches, and various body minds and various speakers of non-duality are going to approach that message in a particular way. Yes. Is it right or wrong? No. It's just what apparently appearing to happen. And it's going to apparently appear to continue to happen. Yes. As long as this body mind lives and breathes and manifests a human corporeal form that's visibly observable in mirrors and casts a reflection in a mirror, and that casting as an aliveness of a presence of a human corporeal form, as long as it can express this way, it's going to continue to express this particular subject. And to those that are conjured selves, this is going to appear as though this is an obsession. Because there are going to be conjured selves that are going to say that, oh, well, the message of non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, was not to be meant to be interpreted as an obsession. No. A conjured self only interprets that which is spoken of as though there's an obsession that's happening there. Obsessions are associated with conjured selves that obsess. What are they obsessing? They're obsessing something about the conjured self that is expressing in an obsessive way, which focuses on a particular way of speaking or a particular subject and just focuses on it, obsesses about it. Now, there is both. The body-mind still can go to work, earn a living, earn an honest living, earn a wage, and apparently appear to go to its employer and do that. Yes, as apparently appearing to be what's happening. But at the same time, as time is timing, the apparent appearance at the same time of what everything apparently appears to be happening in time, in space and time, because that's what apparently appears to be happening. What else is there? What else is there that's apparently appearing to be happening other than time timing the apparent appearance of everything? Yeah, just as Jim Newman says, and I'm going to just simply come out with these birth names and these non-duality speakers. I'm going to focus on those particular speakers after this volume 6. We'll go into looking into other. We'll continue this series of volumes, looking into other speakers of non-duality. And we're not going to nitpick on it. We're just simply going to examine and listen to what is being stated via these non-duality speakers, these particular body minds. And then we're just simply going to interpret and examine and come up with an interpretation. That's it.
It can't find this. It will always look beyond. It will always look beyond.
Nothing is looking beyond anything. What do you mean look beyond? There's no beyond to look at. There's no exclusive beyond, and there's no exclusive here, no exclusive there. There's no exclusive non-dual approach to everything. No, there isn't. It's just apparently appearing to be what's happening. Now, whatever is apparently appearing to be what's happening is going to be interpreted via various body minds that are going to be based on interpreting how and with what? With the conjured self. If there is an interpretation of that which apparently appears to be happening that is going to be interpreted via a conjured self, it is going to it's going to be expressed that way, as though there's still a conjured self there that knows and that can describe and know what other conjured selves are thinking about and the approach that other conjured selves should be thinking about, and that should be approaching the message of non-duality in a specific, particular way. Yes, there are always going to be body minds that are going to be doing that, but as the apparent appearance of doing. Now, it is not a knowing, it is not a doing. Now, once there is simply the apparent appearance of a human corporeal form, just acknowledging non-duality as it truly is, as the true message of non-duality, the spirit of the law, not only the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law as well, both, the letter and the spirit, especially the spirit of it. Because the spirit of non-duality is recognizing that there is no separation, and acknowledging and recognizing that wholeheartedly that there is no separate self. There is no conjured self. And they'll be able to recognize that. I tell you, a body mind will definitely recognize the difference and the contrast between a conjured self that is still conjuring a separation of a separate sense of self, and that body mind, which is just an apparent appearance of a body mind, and nothing more, nothing less, a human corporeal form, and recognizing, acknowledging that there's a collapse, that there is no conjured self there whatsoever anymore. And there will be an obvious recognition of either or. Either there's a conjured self, still conjuring a sense of separation, of a sense of a separate self, or it has collapsed and is dead, is no longer there. Because it no longer was ever there, because it was all conjured. So it's one or the other. It's not both. There's no, you can't ride the fence on this one. And you can't change the goalpost. There are no goalposts to change. There's just simply a raw recognition of non-dual, that everything is non-dual, everything is empty fullness, everything is simply this, appearing as it does, appearing as everything, but no separation whatsoever. Yeah.
What is so close, it could not be apart from you.
No. Again, there is no closeness about everything that appears as it does as empty fullness. There's no closeness and there's no far awayness. There's no fixed position of beingness. Beingness is everywhereness. A body-mind, as it appears in space and time, is temporarily manifesting an appearance of a unit of local quality of consciousness energy form, and is manifesting in infinitudinal complexified ways. And those ways of manifestation, are, as they are humanly corporeal, can appear in one of innumerable ways of infinitudinal complexification. Why? Simply because, not necessarily why, but if we are to say there's a cause behind that, it would simply be to say that it is blending with everything that is apparently appearing as it does. Everything that apparently appears to be everything that time is timing, the appearance of everything, is and includes all manifestations of human corporeal body-mind forms that are animated. Animated how? With the energetic principle of a energy field. So there's the energy field. That's what we're truly comprised of. We are all manifestations of human corporeal forms as units of local quiet consciousness. Energy forms that are temporarily appearing, visibly observable in mirrors for an impermanent, temporary, indeterminate duration in space and time, but not of space and time, is apparently appearing to be what's happening. And that's it. That's it right there.
When I say you, I don't mean the me, I mean what you really are, which is the beloved, which is the all that is.
Again, what we truly are is non-local in nature, timelessness, infinitudinally complexified, and mingling with empty fullness, which is infinite in nature. It appears also as finiteness as well. It could appear as a finite nature of anything, of its own accord of volition. Because it's appearing as everything that's finite and everything that's infinite, both simultaneously infinite and finite. Infinitely so and finitely so. That which is infinite is unobservable, unknowable, ungraspable. And that which is knowable, graspable, is still part of both, is part of that which is unreal and that which is real, but not exclusively real or exclusively unreal, or exclusively unobservable or exclusively observable, or exclusively knowable or exclusively unknowable. It's both. So, there is information of manifestations that can be knowable, and if they are knowable, then they are spoken of. Spoken of via what? Via a human corporeal, temporary appearance of a body-mind. And that body-mind is mingling with everything. If it's mingling with everything, it's going to recognize everything as it simply is, and it's going to blend with it. Simply blend with it, and simply also be part of that. It's part of all it is. Part of empty fullness. It is empty fullness. Again, it is no thing bodying. That's what the human corporeal manifestation of temporariness, of impermanence for an indeterminate duration in space and time, and not of space and time. And that is what this apparently appears to be.
Which is the empty fullness. Harold, so cannot a person do anything to become free? No. I gave up everything I had to be free, but nothing happens anymore.
Now you see, that's the selfing. See, as long as Harold's addressing that body-mind with that birth name as Harold, and unfortunately, LMA Sophia as that conjured self, that particular body mind, speaking of non-duality this way, is not addressing that. Is not addressing that fact. It is factual. Non-duality is not two. So why not express that fact in everything that is stated by a body mind? A body mind that is no longer an individual entity that claims it is a separate individual self, separate from everybody and everything else, that has its own birth name and birthright, and that is going to speak of non-duality, to speak of non-duality in its raw form, the true message of non-duality should be spoken of in that manner. Of course it should. You can't use both. So, if there is, if there's a body mind still addressing itself with a birth name and birthright, then it's still going to continue to entertain ideas as though it understands what non-duality is about when it does not. Sorry. It only thinks it does. So there are going to be also non-duality speakers that believe that they know and that they can express about non-duality, what empty fullness truly is, by using certain words and certain phrases, but then also blending that with expectations of monetary offerings of money and going into their own PayPal account that the body mind has. It has needs and necessities. Of course, all body minds do. All body minds need to pay bills, and all body minds need shelter, somewhere to live. So it's a responsibility of that body mind to take care of it. It doesn't need to be begging, or doesn't need to be asking other body minds, oh, will you please contribute? If you feel you need to contribute, here's my PayPal account. Just click on my website and do this, that, and the other. Or buy my books. If you'd like to buy the books, then attend one of my satsangs. Oh, by the way, here's my next satsang schedule. This is where I'm having it. You know what? I mean, that's going to be what? See, that is also a choice. A non-dual speaker is going to choose to have satsangs, to hold satsangs in a particular way. That's not to say there's a right or wrong way to go about doing that. But then again, if we're going to be honest here and responsible about what we are saying, when we say we, as non-dual speakers about non-duality, speakers of non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, should have a certain degree of responsibility to share this message in a certain fashion, in a certain way, and with humbleness and recognition that that particular body mind, that non-duality speaker is no better than any other non-duality speaker, no better or worse. But should there be a way of presenting non-duality and presenting the message and explaining it in a very similar way, without veering off too far to the left or right, without using elements of separation or descriptions of separation or a separate sense of self. If that is still mentioned along with everything else, then see what's going to happen there is that that conjured self is still present with that body mind, and it has yet to collapse. That it's still kind of returning back to claiming that it is that separate conscious self that it believes to be separate from everybody and everything else with its own birth name and birthright. And so these various ways of expressing, a body mind is going to express a certain way and it will be recognized the way it is expressing. And so there it is. It's the way it apparently appears to be happening, no?
There's nothing that you need to give up in order to be free, because you won't be free. There is just freedom.
You won't be free. Well, yeah, there's definitely just freedom. But even freedom and beingness can still be two separate expressions. Now, to say that a body-mind is free and liberated, that seeking of liberation, as though there's a conjured self that is seeking to be liberated, that it needs to do something, or needs to know something else, or it needs to conduct certain rituals or meditative practices in order to seek liberation, that it is not liberated. It is all liberation. Everything is liberation. Everything is empty fullness. It's liberation. It's radical freedom. It's ultimate freedom. But you see, that's empty fullness. And that's what that is. And we're blending with that, so we're already that. So to seek liberation is not necessary. And to seek an explanation to say that a body-mind was once liberated and now it has found liberation and now it is being liberation. No. There is no being of anything required. There's simply just being. Presence in the moment of nowness. Nowness as empty fullness, everything that appears as it does of its own accord and volition all the time, as time, the appearance of everything. That is what the body-mind is doing. What is it doing? It is being. It's not really a doing, it's more of a being. But the moment that a body-mind claims it is doing something, then that is a sense of separation, which is not truly what's happening. That's never really happening. Doings are not necessarily required to be happening for everything to appear as it does. There's the apparent appearance of doing, activities that the body-mind apparently appears to be engaged in, of course. And that's a natural response. As instinctive as other life forms in nature, as all the other species of animals that are out in the wild. When I say out in the wild, out in other environments around the world. Especially in Africa, where it's teeming with wildlife there. And that continues to apparently appear to be what's happening. With body-minds get hungry, and so that body-mind decides to go to the refrigerator, prepare something to eat. And how does it go to a refrigerator, and how does it prepare anything to eat? Well, it has a degree of self-sustaining. It has figured out a way to do what? To simply survive. That's what a body-mind apparently appears to be doing, surviving. Now, that's the apparent appearance of what a body-mind is doing, surviving. But what is truly happening? Nothing needs to truly be happening, because nothing really is happening. Everything is happening all at once, but it's not an exclusive happening, and then there's another happening somewhere else. If there is a happening to a body-mind, then there is still a conscious self that claims that something's happening to and for it, that it's experiencing its own life. Oh, I'm having my life experiences. These are my life experiences. Here is my story. I'll tell you more about it. And by the way, my story hasn't ended, and I'm continuing to express as though there's a separate conjured self here, and my story still needs to be told, and I'm telling my story now. And so I'm going to hold satsangs, and I'm going to hold these presentations on YouTube, and they're going to be about a story of me, my story. I'm going to share my story because I feel that I am important in some way. And if you feel important too, let's share each other's story. Let's form a club of storytellers. That's what Advaitans is not about storytelling. It has nothing to do with storytelling. No. That's what a conjured self does. A conjured self is into storytelling. And it's going to continue to tell its own story. And it's going to express its story and continue to do that and not even realize it. There's a lot of conjured selves that are not realizing that that's exactly what they're doing. Especially if they're still holding on to a birth name and birthright and addressing their body-mind as though it has and possesses its own birth name and birthright. That's not what's happening. That's not it. That's not true.
So continuing with what I'm pointing to here, what I'm talking about is What you're looking for is so close.
No. There's no closeness about it.
It's like the skin. You don't feel the skin. You think that you feel the skin, but you don't really feel the skin.
Well, it's the same as the thought of closeness. It's the same thing. You think that there's closeness involved, that there's locality, that to speak of non-duality, that there's this necessity to sense this feeling of closeness or a sensation. No, yeah, there are feelings and sensations, but there is no claimer. There's no claimer of that. If that is claimed and that is stated that way, then there is still a sense of separation happening there with that body-mind. That body-mind is expressing that way because it believes that there is a sensation and that there is a closeness happening or a closeness felt, a sensation of closeness of all that is, of empty fullness, and you're saying of the beloveds. But that's a misinterpretation. That's mixing the words together. That's not it. I'm sorry. Just recognizing everything as it truly apparently appears to be arising. And this interpretation from this body-mind is an interpretation based on what is witnessed and what is being witnessed, everything that appears to be happening. What is happening? Everything. When is it happening? All the time. Is it happening for anybody? No. Is it happening for groups of somebody's, groups of selves, or some exclusive religious group? No. This is not happening for anybody. Everything's apparently appearing of its own accord and volition, ad infinitum, for no reason, meaning, or purpose, other than what's apparently appearing to be happening all the time. Just appearances. And so the body-mind believes, and it thinks that it has to be engaged in certain activities, and that it needs to be expressing a certain way, and that it needs to be knowing. It needs to be knowing and doing, constantly knowing and doing. It needs to know about what it's doing. It needs to do that which it knows needs to be done. So the doing and the knowing are hand in hand for a body-mind that has still yet to apparently appear to collapse, as though it's still telling the story that hasn't ended yet. And it will not speak of the end of that particular body-mind. It won't speak of it, because that is something that is constantly avoided by a body-mind. A body-mind is constantly going to avoid the idea of its demise, of its own demise, that it believes it has an end that is inevitable, especially as the body-mind appears to age. Time is timing age to be apparently appearing to happen to body-minds, the aging process. Because that apparently appears to be what's happening. And that is simply because time is timing the energetic appearance, the manifestations. There's only so much time that a body-mind can manifest its manifestation as a human, as a unit of locally, temporally temporary, human decorporeal apparent appearances as a body-mind. You can only spend so much time doing that. And when it spends, to spend time is referring to entropy. And entropy is referring to as time is whittling away, if you will, so to speak, whittling away at the body-mind as it appears. And so the vibrancy or the vitality of a body-mind is based on that energetic movement of that particular body, mind's energy form of non-local quality consciousness energy as a field. As a non-local quality consciousness energy field that is providing a certain degree of intensity of a manifestation that's visibly observable in mirrors to be either useful or aging or older, depending on how much time it's been timing its appearance and manifestation. So the longer that a human corporeal form continues to appear visibly observable in mirrors, that manifestation of energetic movement as appearing as though alive, that animating principle, can only course through, and apparently appear to be coursing through, the apparent appearance of a body-mind as it appears as a manifestation. So when I say coursing through, or projecting actually, a non-local quality consciousness energy field projects a unit of local quality consciousness energy forms, or form in some way. And in lessons, there's a degree of entropy based on how much time apparently appears to have gone by. When I say gone by, it's applied to how much energy has been expended in space and time. And it does, that manifestation of a human corporeal form does have an indeterminate duration of impermanence in space and time to appear as it does, visibly observable mirrors, to cast a reflection. So that energetic movement has only so many years to go. So that is one way of looking at it.
You only feel the skin when a bit of skin comes off.
Oh, bless.
Then you become aware of the skin.
Bless, Ella, bless.
If you burn yourself. But in general, you're aware of the... So close.
Very good recording.
And it's the same with what this is, what you're looking for. It's so close. It's the very eyes that are looking.
You have enough bandwidth. You have some of the...
Sheila, I have lived with body pain for 25 years. Do you have any helpful suggestions?
Transmission
No, not really, but all I would say is there is no such thing as 25 years. So if there's pain right now, then that's all there is, pain right now.
There's no such thing as 25 years? Sure there is. Yeah. 25 years is the duration of time that apparently appears to have gone by. Now, aging, yes, and a body-mind that experiences certain sensations is simply the body-mind that is going through that. It doesn't have to claim its own experiences as though those experiences are exclusively for that particular body-mind. Experiences that apparently appear to be happening are not experiences. They're simply the aliveness manifestation as though it's experiencing its own presence. Now, the presence of experiencing life is not life happening to and for a body-mind. Life is simply happening, and there's simply beingness. There's simply the presence of a manifestation of a human corporeal form that is manifesting as a local unit of quality consciousness energy form, and via non-local quality consciousness energy fields. So a non-local quality consciousness energy field is manifesting a local unit of local quality consciousness energy forms, or of a non-local quality consciousness energy form, as though it's an individual form or an individual manifestation. It only apparently appears that way. So, energy fields, energy forms. Manifestations of energy forms, temporary, and then timeless, non-local quality conscious energy field as the energetic principle of those manifestations. Those manifestations that are appearing in space and time temporarily so, are manifestations based on those projections as manifestations from non-local quality of consciousness energy fields. Those are the sources of the human corporeal manifestations of local quality consciousness energy forms.
In essence, you have not lived with anything. There is no other time. It's not that I don't sympathize with suffering.
Nobody does.
In the story of me, there really does seem to be that feeling as though something has gone on and on and on.
Sympathy is not necessary. The expression of sympathy from a body-mind is simply a body-mind that expresses concern about another body-mind's appearance. Now, if there's suffering happening there, then there's compassion in the heart of that body-mind. The heart of that body-mind is non-local quiet consciousness energy form that can express and manifest concern and compassion and caring about another manifestation of a human corporeal form, especially if there is great suffering happening there. Now, the desire that can be felt and experienced by a body-mind, the desire of compassion to help another that's in great need to lessen the suffering there, just the entertaining the thought, and not only the thought, but the feeling of compassion and feeling that feeling of compassion in the heart of that body-mind is a positive thing. That's positive energy. That is a positive force in the universe. It could be stated, it could be said. And that's good. That's good. I mean, there are even body-minds that hold this belief that by praying, and that by praying words of concern and compassion for another body-mind that may be experiencing a lot of suffering. When I say experience suffering, it's not going to, it often claims the suffering to be its own. And there is simply suffering of body-minds, yes. But it's not necessary to claim all these sensations and all of these emotions and energetic movements that apparently appear to be felt, sense felt. That is not necessary to be claimed. Although those could be considered false claims, because there is no separate self that's exclusively claiming its own pain as my pain, and thoughts as my thoughts, and feelings as my feelings, and so on and so forth, as ownership. Ownership of claiming emotions and thoughts. That's not necessary. But once it is thought to be necessary, then there's a conjured self there that is not collapsed, and then that's what's not happening. It apparently appears to be happening to that body-mind that believes it is a separate sense of self, conjured self, that has its very own body-mind, and it is identifying with that body-mind as though it's its own, and then claiming that as its own, and then saying that's my body, and my birth name and birthright of that body, and so on and so forth. And then that, of course, creates that sense of separation all over again. And this is a vicious cycle that way.
But it's an illusion. If there's pain right now, that's not an illusion. There's pain. But it's not for anybody. And it hasn't ever been happening before, or it won't happen after. Hi, Nikki. Dear Ella, such a beautiful pointing, expressed with such passion. What first sparked the wanting to share? I didn't want to share. I was just sharing. Just happened. Just happened. Sheila says, perfect. Life is sort of perfectly imperfect. It also includes pain. There's not supposed to be an absence of pain or suffering. We really fed this idea that life is supposed to be somehow kind of perfect. That it's supposed to be absolutely perfect. That we're supposed to look perfect, feel perfect, have the perfect lover, the perfect house, the perfect car, the perfect skin, the perfect ever unfading youth. The perfect vagina, the perfect boobs, the perfect dick.
I have that.
The perfect spiritual path.
You can't be serious about the whole thing all the time, can you?
But that's just not how life is.
Really? It's not? You
sure? There can be kind of seemingly better ways of being and lesser ways of being. If you just eat McDonald's every day, you'll probably feel like shit.
Oh.
If you put a juice in your diet every day.
No. See? There it goes. There it goes again. Separate sense of self. Your diet. There is no your diet. Ah, man. See? See, you're confusing the body-mind with the being. The body-mind that consumes foods or certain foods is not the same as being. Yeah, a body-mind will consume certain types of foods and feel a certain way, but the body-mind doesn't claim that. But the moment that it claims, it says, oh, this is my health and my feelings, this is how I feel about myself. See, then there's the conjuring all over again of a separate sense of self. And see, that's not what's being said right there. Now you're still acknowledging a separate sense of self. Oh, man. Ella. Mm-mm-mm.
And maybe come off sugar, things like that, you'll feel better. But you still won't be perfect.
You know, you can't equate the body-mind with perfection. And you can't equate the body-mind with feeling a certain way. That's not what being is. The feelings that are acknowledged and recognized by consuming certain foods and having certain feeling sensations of the body-mind, that is a conjured self claiming that it has its own. It's claiming all those sensations of those 5 conscious contact points. You're claiming that you are the smeller of smelling certain foods and that you are the hearer of hearing your Rice Krispie cereal crackling in your bowl. That's your bowl of milk and that's your bowl of cereal and you're hearing it with your ears. No. And then you're going to have a stomach ache if you eat too much chocolate cake or whatnot. That's not what we're saying there. But that's what is being stated for both. As though there's a separate self there that is experiencing all those sensations and that the being is misconstrued. As though everything that is experienced via a body mind is associated with a feeling of being a certain way. No, being is in the presence. A manifestation simply as a presence, but not conditional. Not conditional to be a certain way, that a certain diet is followed, and that whatever is felt in the body, well, that's what I am. No, of course not.
Me is looking for a kind of perfection.
No, it's not. No, me is not looking for anything. Me is conjuring, sure, but it's not seeking any particular sensations that it believes it's going to experience. so it can feel better about itself. Now, see, a conjured self thinks in terms of owning and claiming ownership of certain sensations of the body, of those 5 conscious contact points. It wants to claim being the hearer, the smeller, the taster, the feeler, and the seer. You know, the seer, the hearer, the taster, the feeler, the smeller of that which that body mind comes in conscious contact with in the environment. It's going to come in conscious contact with something in the environment. It's going to self-identify itself with that and say, well, these are my feelings. I'm having my feelings of depression today. No, I'm having my feelings of happiness today. No, I'm having my feelings of this, that, and the other. No, that's not a separate sense of self. That is not a separate self. It is not. That is the claiming that there is a separate individual conjured self that is experiencing those sensations and claiming those as their own, mine, claiming ownership of them. And that's not the collapse of a separate sense of self. So, way off base there, Ella. Way off base about the non-duality message. So sorry.
We've been fed these stories about heaven, about nirvana, about enlightenment, about an ever unfading, perfect bliss. What do you think is going to happen when there's enlightenment? Do you think you will never get a wrinkle? You will never get old? You'll never get a cold? You'll never have the shits? You'll never fall out with anybody? You will always be emotionally stable and balanced? That all your childhood traumas and patterning and all those things will just miraculously disappear? No.
Wow, why speak of such things? Wow, that is really emphasizing a separate sense of self right there, isn't it? It's kind of obvious. It is quite obvious right there. Those are all claims of a conjured self saying that you can't get rid of, as though those are all claims, sensations, experience, that a body-mind experienced abuse, that a body-mind experienced its own particular kind of abuse, and it had a private hell that it was experiencing. That's what that is claiming. A body-mind claims that. A conjured self claims that, oh, I had my suffering. Nobody knows what my suffering was really like. Well, let me tell you about it. I have a story to tell you, so I'm going to go to a therapist to try to help myself so that I could be a more stable and normal person. No, of course not. So why make all these descriptions and claiming that all of these sensations about aging and about appearance of youthfulness or age, the appearance of the body-mind, the appearance of the body-mind and all the sensations that go along with it has nothing to do with non-duality. Of course not. See, this is why I understand Ella, why Ella stated that. Because that has nothing to do with non-duality. Of course not. It's obvious. You can recognize that. Oh, see that then all that's going to happen there is that you're going to continue to reinforce and confuse even further the conjured selves, just as religious beliefs have confused conjured selves to such a point where it causes them to take their own lives and commit suicide because they don't understand their religious beliefs and they don't find some place that they have a sense of belonging. A sense of belonging is not required to simply be. To simply be a human corporeal manifestation of appearance. There's no requirement for that. There's no belief system to follow about that. There are no meditative practices. There are no sensations that have to be claimed. No claims of certain experiences and sensations and appearances of the body-mind. Has nothing to do with non-duality whatsoever. Come on, really?
No. That's some kind of spiritual dream. It's a kind of spiritual idealism. Nikki asked the question, do you have many like-minded humans around you? What do you mean? What exactly do you mean? I think I know what you mean, but I'd like you to clarify exactly what you mean.
No. Non-duality is not about the thinking of what somebody else might mean. What the hell? Come on, seriously, really. You know, don't even want to go any further with this particular satsang because it's getting ridiculous now. It really is. I mean, that is so far off base about the message of non-duality Advaita Vedanta. That's not it. Those kind of statements. No. Those statements are not pointing to non-duality Advaita Vedanta at all. No, of course not. As though somebody else has a meaning that they're going to convey to Ella and let you know, okay, this is what that particular body-mind means. That's a conjured self. We need to stay on the subject, don't we? We should. If a body-mind is going to choose to speak of non-duality Advaita Vedanta and the message of that, it should stick to that subject and not veer off into referring to the conjured self that's still there and as those attributed to the body-mind and sensations and experiences of a body-mind, and that has nothing to do with non-duality, because then there's still a conjured self that's going to claim that there needs to be meaning from somebody else. Okay, what is your perspective? What is your story? What is your take on that? No. So sorry. That's not it. But you know what? Let's keep going on and see what else is stated here.
Because there's something in that needs to be busted.
Nothing needs to be busted. What do you mean something needs to be busted?
Do you know what would be much better in my live talks and broadcasts and meetings and everything, and in Skype sessions, is you just ask me exactly what you mean. Don't try to do all this like-minded and apparent and all of this stuff. Just actually ask like you would normally ask. Because then you really get to what you're asking.
No, there is no getting. See? There is no getting of non-duality. Nobody gets it. Non-duality isn't a getting of anything. Non-duality is simply stating the fact that there's not two. So, to make a statement that there's something to get or not get, this getting, acquiring, of apprehension, the apprehension of something, the gaining, getting. Getting implies gaining something. Nothing needs to be gained here. With non-duality, the message of non-duality has nothing to do with getting or gaining anything. And it doesn't have anything to do with not getting as well. Neither. It's not about the getting or not getting. Non-duality simply means not to. Wow, we seriously need to stick to the subject here. Seriously. No, that'd be even worse. You go into Skype. Now, if you're going to go into Skype, then you could have more than one participant in there. But then again, then that's kind of it's kind of emphasizing that there's an individual that's going on to Skype and that they are going to receive some kind of magical answers or magical information to tell you and explain to you how you can experience the collapse of the me, how you can go about this process. Let me tell you about how it works. This is how you can do it. It is entirely random. It is either recognized or it's not. It's one of the two. It's not both. You can't have both, and you're not going to return to that either, ever again. Once it is recognized that there is no conjured self, that everything is just an appearance, this is a manifestation of a body-mind, humanly, corporeally so. Once that is recognized, there's no going back and saying, oh, well, you could be this. A body-mind could still be feeling a certain way and have memories and can go back and relive the years that you used to live in memory and go back and rejoice in that. And oh, I could feel better about myself today because I've been depressed lately, so I'm going to go back in memory. I'm going to hear a certain song, hear certain music. I'm going to be doing a certain action that's going to make me feel better or make me even feel worse. There's some people that kind of, when I say there's some conjured selves that purposely try to find misery and try to create trouble with others that are peaceful with themselves. You don't have to be in company, just like as is said, misery loves company. You know, two's company, three's a crowd, that kind of thing. No, there is no crowding. There is no crowd. There is no company. There's simply the appearance of human corporeal body minds. They're simply being. How are they being? By appearing. Simply appearance, which is being. Everything else that's conjured is an afterthought. And if that afterthought is entertained, then the afterthought switches over and then the mental thought system presupposes every single thought that's entertained via that body mind, and then it perpetuates more of what? More of a separate sense of self. Then the conjured self continues on. You cannot mix all of that with the message of non-duality. There is no such thing as a mixture of that. You can't do it. And yet, non-duality speakers like this are getting away with it. Well, hey, it's being pointed out. Okay? Like it or not.
So, Nikki, what do you really mean by like-minded humans around me? People who like London? Yeah, I live in London. What do you mean? One that remain in the that. No, I've never met anybody that remains in the that. What is the that? Because no one would ever remain in that. I'm not in it. There is no that. This big idea, guys, that you have that there is a that, or that when I point to saying there's just this.
Nobody has any big ideas of anything. See, to have an idea is to claim that the idea that's being entertained via a body mind is a separate sense of self that's conjuring that thought and idea as though there's a big idea there. There's no group, Ella. There are no groups of body minds that are out there listening and looking at your presentation, your satsangs, thinking that way. You can't claim to know that. You don't. You can't. It's your interpretation. See, it's the body mind's interpretation, as though there are groups of other body minds that are viewing these presentations that you have, And as though it's going to continue on that way. No, that's the interpretation of a conjured self. You're still conjuring. You're conjuring a separate sense of self like there's no tomorrow. But then you're trying to throw non-duality in the mix and claim that you understand, that you comprehend, and you know about the message of non-duality. Nobody knows that. But the way that it's expressed can be recognized, and so it's acknowledged. Never hear Paul Hederman, Jim Newman, Tony Parsons, any of these speakers of non-duality, Richard Sylvester, express like that. No, they don't. They don't express that way. See? See, look at that expression just of the body. Right there. As though you know what these other body minds are thinking and along these trains of thought. And you know that as a fact.
That it is something. I'm not pointing to that it is something or that. No one remains in anything. I am not remaining in enlightenment or peace or bliss. This is a huge, huge, huge illusion that people carry about awakened people.
Oh.
I'm not an awakened person. I'm not enlightened. I'm not holy. I'm not conscious. I'm not spiritual. I'm not here. I never have been here. You're not there.
And yet there's the apparent appearance of a body mind somewhere. The essence of us is everywhere.
That is used in the expression of what cannot be spoken of.
Yeah.
But the whole point is that no one remains in it.
There is no point either.
If someone could remain in it, then they could tell you how to remain in it too. And of course, there are lots of people that will tell you that. How to remain in it. This is how I did it. This is how you can do it.
There is no doing involved.
Sometimes I do kind of guide people
never about doing or knowing.
Seeing clearly. But I'm never, ever suggesting that someone, as in a person, an actual separate person, could remain in it. I'm never talking to the person. Harold says, so we no exist. So we don't exist, I'm presuming you mean. It's not that you don't exist, because that would be an opposite to existing. There just is no separate person. Nikki says, so beautiful. Yes, it's very beautiful. Very. Mm.
What? What beautiful?
Nikki says, no one's listening, love it. No one would know that no one's listening. So you see, what happens is people hear non-duality, they hear the message, they get it intellectually, and it's sort of a relief for the mind, because the mind kind of quietens down a bit. But then it goes, ha, no one's listening, no one's here. And that's just kind of like another little trip for me.
No, they don't all do that.
It's not about that no one exists, or that no one's there, or that no one's listening, or that no one's talking right now. That's not it. That's not what I'm pointing of non-duality. And they think that's what it's about. That it's about nothing and no one. Those are just words pointing to what is. And what's being pointed to isn't like over there, it's this.
Everywhereness. Everywhere. But you won't say it, see?
Harold asks, who am I? No one is asking that question, so there couldn't...
Nobody is a whom. There is a what. Everybody is a what? Everybody is what? Energy field. What is an energy field? Non-local. How is it non-local? It's timeless. It's outside of time. That's the essence of what we all are. All human corporeal forms that are manifesting a temporary unit of local quality conscious energy form for an impermanent, indeterminate duration in space and time, and not of space and time, is manifesting from not a non-local quality conscious energy field. That's what we are. We're not a whom. For to say that who are we or who are you is to imply that there is a conjured self as a whom, as an individual self. And to say that who are we is to say that there are groups of conjured selves calling themselves a whom. And a whom and a who is associated with a birth name and birthright as an individual person. That's the definition right there. Those are the definitions that should be acknowledged as such.
Never be an answer. Nikki, yes, we are just using words. They can be so limited. Doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. This doesn't need to be spoken about.
That's right. All right, that's enough. No. Anyway. Nothing needs to be demonstrated via body-mind for this to be everything as it appears to be. As everything appearing to be empty fullness, as everything appears to be aliveness, the spacious aliveness, alive spaciousness, empty fullness, the beloved, unconditional love. It is called so many things, so many phrases are used to describe what this simply is. It's simply this. We'll leave it at that. Yeah? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Let's leave it there. Let's leave it there, shall we?